Welcome to Ekaterinburg, a city that boasts incredible history and yet one that is full of spectacular architecture. We're delighted to be inside because outside it's -4 degrees. So it's lovely and warm in here as we start day one of the Ekaterinburg Grand Slam 2018, and I'm delighted to be sitting alongside my co-commentator Loretta Cusack-Dorr, former world champion. Good morning to you, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. And yes, it's very cold outside and it's going to get even hotter inside, I think, as the day goes on.
Now, we've got 7 weight categories to bring you on day one. We're going to start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in each of those weight categories, and we'll start with the under 48 kilo category. The number 1 seed in the under 48 category is Paula Pareto of Argentina. The number 2 seed is Alexandra Pop of Romania. The number 3 seed is Maria Petitskaya of Russia. And the number 4 seed is Joanna Diogo of Portugal.
Well, looking at the lineup here, you've got to go with the top seed, the number 1 favourite, the Olympic champion, world champion, Pareto from Argentina. Yes, there's some strong athletes in there, but I think this young lady is so far in front of everyone that she's got to be gold medalist here today. She'll be challenged a little bit, though, I think, with Menitz of Germany. And for me, she's been quite impressive as a build-up throughout this year. She took a bronze medal in The Hague at the end of last year. So that's someone that could maybe challenge her slightly.
Okay. My pick in the under 48 kilo category is Endo Hiromi of Japan. In the under 52 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Erica Miranda of Brazil. The number 2 seed is Natalia Kuziutina of Russia. The number 3 seed is Alexandra Larissa Florian of Romania. And the number 4 seed is Jessica Pereira of Brazil.
Well, I'm going for the number 1 seeds, Miranda from Brazil. I think she's a very impressive fighter. Nice judo, and I think she could come through and definitely will get through into the final. She will be challenged, but I think that judo and those skills will bring her right through for that gold medal spot. Okay,
my pick in the under 52 kilo category is the Olympic bronze medalist fighting at home, Natalia Kuziutina of Russia. In the under 57 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Dortsurin Sumia of Mongolia. The number 2 seed is Lien Chen-Ling of Chinese Taipei. The number 3 seed is Karakash Hedvig of Hungary. And the number 4 seed is Lagfotogo Entkelin of Mongolia.
Well, Dortsurin obviously is the number 1 seed, Masters champion, and Abu Dhabi got a gold medal. She is a very strong athlete. She is coming in as the number 1 seed, but there's quite a few athletes, 18 athletes participating in this weight category, and there's quite a few there that could challenge that spot. One, for me, I'm going to stick my neck out here based on her performance in Agadir when she took a silver medal, and that's Kaiser of Slovenia. And for me, she was very impressive, and I think she could come through here. Caracas and Dusseltov also took a silver medal, and in Zagreb bronze. So again, there's another young lady that could be challenging for the number 1 spot.
I think this is probably the pick of the weight categories. Sanna Verhagen is coming back from injury.
Yes.
Difficult first fight against Dortsurin up there. Tamaoki Momo of Japan. She's got the winner of either Paulina Starka or Natalia Golomidova of Russia. That's just in Pool A.
Yes.
And then in Pool B, you've got Telma Montero, Daria Mezhetskaya, Sabrina Filsmerzer. Then in Pool C, Lien Chen-Ling is such a strong competitor, especially on the ground. She's a training partner. We saw earlier on Ishikawa Megumi is here from Japan. I mean, she's absolute one of the best ever exponents of Newas in women's judo I've ever seen. She's Lien's training partner here. Katja Kaiser, as Loretto was just talking about, absolutely, super talent, loads of potential. Her first fight would be against one of the home favourites, and that's the Sia Konkina of Russia. We haven't come down to Karakash Hedvig, who was a bronze medal at the World Championships way back. up against Diana Gigaros, who came down from 63 to 57 for Russia, and then right down at the bottom, Loredana Ohai of Romania. There are just so many of them. 57 is absolutely
And when
stacked.
you look at some of the results, junior world medalists, European medalists and junior levels, so they've been hitting those targets right through their career. So this is going to be a real battle. There's no doubt about it.
This will be an interesting weight to
Very
watch.
interesting.
But like Loretta said, my money is on Dortsurin Sumia for this one. Okay, the under 63 kilo category. The number 1 seed, Andrea Leshki of Slovenia. The number 2 seed, Baldoj Munchunkimeg of Mongolia. The number 3 seed, Martina Treidos of Germany. And the number 4 seed, Jules Fransen of the Netherlands.
Again, this is another very competitive weight, and but someone that's been fresh in my mind for the past few Grand Slam tournaments and Grand Prix is Leshki. She took a gold medal in Düsseldorf. In Agadir, she took a gold medal. It will be stretching her. She's been, but what a gutsy fighter this young lady is, and she's got a massive big heart. And for me, I think I'm going to put myself out and say she can go for the third,
3 in a row.
3 in a
Wow.
row. I'm going to hope that she'll go through for 3 in a row, but she will be challenged by Bold, who won a bronze medal in Düsseldorf this year. And just looking down at some of the results here, again, it's going to be a very, very tough competition. But my money's on Leshki.
Leshki's a good pick. Loretta makes a good point here because she won despite the fact that she wasn't at her best.
No, she didn't
So
fight.
that's a dangerous
but
thing.
such a gutsy fighter. She fights with such a big heart. And Niwaza, she's very, very talented down in the ground, which makes her really dangerous.
Right, my pick in this weight category is Martina Treidos of Germany. In the under 60 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia. The number 2 seed is Eric Takabataki of Brazil. The number 3 seed is Walid Kaya of France. And the number 4 seed is Islam Yashuev of Russia.
Well, I'm going to go, obviously, looking at that weight category, there's going to be a real challenging first match with Papinashvili, Oshima, and in the first round. That is going to be a massive tester, I think. But I'm going for Papinashvili. I think he's capable of coming through. One to watch, though, I think, is Cedric Rivol. From France. He got a bronze medal in Paris, and he also was bronze medalist here last year. So, someone to watch.
I'm going to go for Yeldos Smetov of Kazakhstan in Pool C. Let's take a look at the under 66 kilo category, the top 4 seeds there. Abe Hihumi of Japan is the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Yakub Shamilov of Russia. The number 3 seed is Abdullah Abduljalilov of Russia. And the number 4 seed is Charles Chibana of Brazil.
Well, I'm going to go for Abby. You've got two world champion. He got gold medal in Tokyo Grand Slam, a gold medal in Paris. He's definitely a consistent athlete that hits the top mark every time. And so he's got to be the number 1 seed for me.
I can't see anybody beating Abe.
No.
Go with Loretta on that one. Right, the under 73 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Jansei Smagolov of Kazakhstan. The number 2 seed is Denis Iyatsev of Russia. The number 3 seed is Marcello Contini of Brazil. And the number 4 seed is Ahmed El Meziati of Morocco.
Well, I'm going for the home one. I'm going for Yatsev of Russia. Düsseldorf, he took a gold medal in the Masters, gold medalist. And obviously he's got this crowd behind him. It's his on home turf. So I think he'll be the one that comes through for the gold medalist.
I think I'm going to go with Loretta on this one as well.
But when you do look down in Pool D, you've also got the very confident and the very capable of Basile of Italy as well.
Fabio Basile, absolutely down
in
there.
Pool D. So you can't write that man off either. So have to watch his performance here today. But he's got bags of confidence and he's going for gold.
Absolutely, he came up there and he told us that.
Yes.
But I'm going to go for Denis Iyatsev as well. Now, there is another dark horse in this competition, and we're going to get to see that dark horse in the opening contest. It's incredible that we should be talking in terms of him being a dark horse,
Yes.
because it is Ebinuma Masashi of Japan fighting at under 73 kilo category, in the under 73 kilo category. He is on mat number 1. The opening contest there is between Oleg Babgoyev of Russia, in the white judogi and Ebinuma Masashi of Japan in blue. Sit back and enjoy the action.
Well, as Sheldon says, this is one of the dark horses, 3 times world champion, and finds himself in this competition bizarrely unseeded.
Well, if you haven't been on the map for, what is it, a year and a half, and you're not in your own weight category, you're just going to get thrown in there. And yet the Japanese coaching staff have said that he's in the best condition of his life. That's got to be scary.
That is crazy.
They tell you that their 3 times world champion is in the best condition of his life. Good luck, Babgoyev.
Babgoyev there, starting with that Tayatoshi. Totally dismissed by the Japanese as he drives him forward across his front, looking for a turnover.
In 2011 in Paris was Ebinuma's first World Championship gold medal winning performance.
That's a trivial question there.
2011. Just trying to think. And then in Rio, we were looking it up earlier, wasn't it? It was Rio and then Chelyabinsk.
Chelyabinsk, yeah.
So he's got some degree of history.
Well, he's a real contender. There's no
yeah.
doubt about it. The quality of technique and his skills are just amazing.
Single Shido picked up by Babgoyev. A little over half the contest still to come.
Well, it is a real battle to try and control the contest for both. There's a lovely Ouchi switching it to hopping in for the Uchimata, taking it just off to the side. Ebinuma trying to get through the defences there of the Russian.
By the way, the last time that Ebinuma appeared in a Grand Slam, it was the Paris Grand Slam, and he won it. So we talk about back-to-back wins,
yeah.
Albeit that it was in 2016. It's not that he's been losing since then, it's just that he hasn't been fighting. You know, he did.
And I'm quite sure quite a lot of the competition on home ground is going to be very competitive to keep him fine-tuned at this level, to be able to compete at this level of competition. Babgoyev there looking for the arm lock. As you can see, he's got that leg. He's got to be very careful over stretching there. A nice turnover. Beautifully executed. Now following it through, looking for the Jujikatami. Needs to control the head, and those knees need to come a little bit tighter together to have better control on that arm as he tries to drive it out. He's going for both arms. As you can see, Ebinuma holding on very tightly there. Still hasn't really had an opportunity to settle in the position to try working the arm. I think sometimes maybe he would go for the osakomi, but the risk is taking the leg off the head and switching, where obviously that's the chance for the Japanese to sit up and get out. So does he risk it, knowing that that's the possibility? Well, the referee's decided there's very little there to continue with, and calls the mate.
I like the idea of allowing, as long as possible, the possibility for the Tori, the aggressor, to work on the ground. There comes a point where the player, Tori, shows that he's not absolutely certain whether he wants the arm or the Osai Waza, when his first attempt at the Kansetsu Waza fails. So he's gone for the arm. That fails. Okay, have a go at the Osai Waza. That doesn't work. You go back to the arm. If the arm is coming out further, you allow it.
Yes.
If it hasn't moved and he goes back to the Osai Waza and then back to the arm, then back to... It's not going
It's
anywhere.
true. Well, I think the real danger was that I think if he released the head,
He was going to lose it.
he was going to lose it, and
Yeah.
he could sense that, but he just wasn't strong enough to get the arm out. So he was in that sort of 50-50, which is the lesser option here. And but the referee could sense that as well, which was good refereeing. He realised that was the problem.
And he gave them a good go at it. You know, Babgoyev can't complain. He said, "You didn't give me enough time. You got plenty of opportunity, but the arm never looked as though it was coming out.
No.
And it never looked as though he could move the left leg, as Loretta was talking about, and sit up for the Osai Komi. So in that respect, I think that he can't complain. He had a good go at it. It didn't come out, and I'm all for allowing
Definitely, yeah.
as much time on the ground
It
as
was
possible.
nice. It was interesting. It kept us on our edge,
Yeah.
really watching
Yeah.
to see how it was going to progress. But like we said, after about 40 seconds there, a minute, you could realise that there wasn't very much going to happen after the initiation of sort of the leg slightly coming off the head, knowing that the power of the Japanese was able to sit up at that point. But we're into the golden score, and the accumulation of the Shidos have picked up. There's Koichi Gari there, lovely execution. Showed the Ippon Seoinage and then switched it, overstretched himself slightly there, the Japanese did. So failing to get that score, but nevertheless a great attack.
You just get the feeling, well, I get the feeling now that the experience of Ebenuma is about to pay off here.
Yes, definitely. Well,
But
the drop Seoinage there, that was very close indeed.
Babgoyev gave it a good effort, and in that last Newaza exchange, he put out plenty of effort. That was taking a lot from him.
Yeah, took a lot of energy out of him. He's bouncing away there, just I think the body language is trying to convince his opponent that he's still got a lot of life left in there, but I'm quite sure that he really is scraping the barrel of energy that's left in this match, because this is definitely a very challenging round indeed for both these athletes.
Draining first round contest for Babgoyev
so
and Ebenuma.
hard, and that nervous energy as well is also draining. So not only are you physically challenged, but emotionally you're challenged as well, with the nerves that sort of take place in this first round match, as always for every athlete.
Ineffective now. 2 in a row, not looking that clever. Problems for Babgoyev here. Smagolov must be sitting there just rubbing his hands. He's the number 1 seed. He's got the winner of this. They're going to be spent, aren't they? By the time they get to him in round 2. 7 weight categories though, so it'll be a nice break.
It's a very poor drop from the Russian.
Yeah.
Better there.
He's really blowing hard now, Babgoyev. Taking the
You
long
can
way
see,
round.
yeah.
Drawing as much air as he can.
See the mouth wide open, trying to draw in the oxygen. They've been really overstretched again, the Russian. The Seoinage's there for the Japanese. A lot deeper, a lot more precise in his attacks from the Japanese. And also the luring problem there is that we've got 2 Shidos to 1. One more for the Russian would mean a Hansokumaki, so he cannot afford to put any false attacks in. They can't be weak in any way at all.
The chair that you can hear ringing around the arena for is Natalia Golomidova of Russia, who's just thrown Palina Starka of Germany for Ippon on map 2. That 57 kilo category is going to be a real humdinger.
Next contest on mat 2, first round, women under 48 kilos.
Yeah, there we go. He really needed that
Well, definitely.
15-20 seconds break.
Took a long time in tying his obi. An attempt of a Sutemi was, and it's those attacks he's got to be very careful with, because really that wasn't engaging enough to break the balance. It was really on the edge there. Drop Sianagi continuing to follow through, but there was that slight pause.
Yeah. Ooh.
Well,
for me, I'm with Loretta on this one.
I thought there was a little
I
bit
thought there was
too
a
much.
pause, too long.
There was the drop, but I didn't think it was continuous just off that drop.
Yeah.
But the threat was always there, and is it a wrong decision? No, I think the right person went through to the next round.
Yeah, just for me, that took that little bit too long there. A little bit of a pause and then the push, and they give it to him. But hey, it's Ebenuma who shades that one after almost 3 minutes of golden score. Let's go quickly down to mat number 3. We're going to have a look at round 1 in the under 48 kilo category. And the contest taking place down there at the moment is Endo Hiromi of Japan. She faces Oksana Agadze of Russia. It's Endo in the white judogi, Agazade in blue. There's no scorers yet. Agazade of Russia has picked up a single penalty.
Well, these athletes like little pocket rockets, all I can say. Hard, aggressive little fighters, and so tiny.
Second penalty picked up by Agazade, this time for a false attack.
Endo looking very lively on her feet there, engaging all the time, and as you can see, the Russians so apprehensive, really backpedaling, picks up 2 Shidos, and we're 2.5 minutes still remaining in this contest. It's not looking very good for the Russian.
You can see from the body shape.
Oh, she's just so nervous in this fight. There's no doubt about it. She really doesn't have the confidence to go up against Endo.
You can see that a lot in junior judo.
Yes.
You know, they take that shape. And it's the feeling, they transmit the feeling that at any moment they're about to be thrown.
Well, for Endo, it's a little bit frustrating because she's desperate to get hold of her opponent. But as you can see, the negative approach from the Russian is that the hands are up and the block's in all the time.
Well, I fear that a third penalty is on its way here. There's very little that the referee can do because we haven't seen a single positive move from Agazade. We came over here when it was 3 minutes odd on the clock. There's 1.5 minutes, and it hasn't been a great deal, I'm afraid.
Well, as you can see, Agazade, she drops under with the Sianagi, but nowhere near being able to get close to an attack or even breaking the balance. Endo obviously will be feeling pretty frustrated with this.
Yeah.
But there's the third and final Shido being awarded to Agazade. So Agazade picks up the third and final Hansokimaki awarded to her, and Endo goes through to the next round.
We're going to go back down to mat number 1. We're going to rejoin the under 73 kilo category. On mat number 1, it's Sendoche Sogbata of Mongolia. He's up against Jorge Fernandez of Portugal. It's Sendoche in the white judogi, Fernandez in blue. There's no scorers yet. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. We've got half the contest still to come. Here's Loretta.
Well, as you can see, George trying to get the arm round on to the hip there. The hip throws in. Looking quite lively out there. Shido apiece for both athletes. A drop Sianagi. Oh, beautifully executed. Morote Sianagi. Over he goes. The moment there's no score on the board, don't understand that, but it's got to be a Wazari at least.
I can't understand that. That was down on his side.
No, I find that really bizarre. Unless they're looking to see whether it was a Wazari or a Ippon, but find that really bizarre.
No score. we're missing something. We are
There's
definitely
obviously
missing something.
that
Yeah.
we missed there. Well, Fernandez arm round the back, but walks straight.
Oh, it is on the board now. Oh, it's on the scoreboard, but not on our screen at the top.
No, so
okay.
that's not reacting the same way.
So
All right.
people must have been laughing at, and we were laughing. We said, "No way, no way." I was kind of worried
The
then.
time's right, but the score isn't actually on.
Yeah, we'll tell our chief that.
That's really weird that it hasn't combined.
Yeah, and Elisabetta Frattini sitting upstairs with us this week. She's noticed it as well. So they're working on that. Yeah. We told them, Ellie, that you've got it under control.
I know our viewers over there must have been thinking, what are those two on?
Yeah.
The problem is that we can only see that score on the screen itself. We don't always get
the
a
scoreboard
look
in
at
the
the
left-hand
scoreboard.
side of in the corner. Anyway, we don't have to worry about it.
Again, another lovely drop. Sianagi using his feet very well, follows through into the Niwaza and looks to create an opportunity down there.
Elisabetta Frattini is with us.
Yes,
this
an absolute
week.
delight.
And she can come and tell you exactly what was happening with that scoreboard.
Oh, yeah, we are checking now why the time is coming up but not the score, so we're fixing in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you, Ellie.
Seconds actually, because minutes we finished.
Thank you very much, Ellie.
Thank you very much.
There you go. In the bottom left-hand corner, you can see that there's the scoreboard on the tatami is okay, and Loretta and I we don't want to go against the referee. If he says it's not a score, it's not a score. There must be a reason, but we could not work out why. And then we realised, okay, it was just a scoreboard thing. Right. Okay. Lovely. I'm delighted that we're on the same page as our refereeing colleagues. We could stay here. I'm having a look at who else is on. You did mention Katharina Mentz this morning. Let's go to mat number 2 then. Because Katharina Mentz, who Loretta spoke about this morning, is on mat number 2. The German currently trying to apply a shimiwaza. Just changed it now to her Kazakh opponent, Toregoshina. It's Mentz in the white judogi, Toregoshina in blue.
Well, what a nice tie up there. Controlled, as we always expect, the upper part of the body, controlling that head nicely before trying to engage, taking the leg out. And that was some nice little bit of judo there in the ground. And securing the osakomi very well indeed.
We came here just in time, didn't we?
It was nice. It was a lovely bit of judo there in the Niwaza. And it was very clear to see the importance of tying up the head. So many times we've watched competitions and events that they get to that position, the leg gets caught up, and they make more emphasis on trying to get the leg out rather than the secure and controlling the upper part of the body first.
Well, we have moved to mat 2 in timely fashion, because coming up now, the opening contest in the under 60 kilo category, the number 1 seed Amiran Papianashvili of Georgia faces Oshima Yuma of Japan. It's the last person that he would have wanted to have faced, but he's got him first. Ellie's got more information for us. No, she hasn't. Come and tell us. It's only, you're only talking to our friends. So what is it?
No, we are checking because
So we have Papianashvili now, number 1 seed going into this tournament. Oshima, again, like we've said, what a weight category, what a first round match to be faced with. In the under 60 kilos, very competitive weight. 16 athletes participating in this weight category. Lovely Tayatoshi there. Oshima straight into the attack. So Oshima, again, we don't have the actual score, so yes, Oshima with a Wazari on the board and 3 minutes remaining in this contest. A great start. As Judo is going to be now awarded to Papinashvili. Really hasn't settled in this contest as yet. Papinashvili in Zagreb took the gold medal. He was also silver medalist here in this tournament last year, and Paris also a bronze medal, so he's very familiar for being around the medals by Oshima here in this first round, and finds himself trailing with a Wazari with 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. So just under the 2.5 minutes. A Wazari for Oshima. A real challenging match for Papinashvili as the number 1 seed in this competition. Lovely drop Sianagi there. Has seemed to have full control of this contest up until now. Really hasn't been challenged at all against. Oh, but they're challenged to talk about open your mouth and the wrong thing comes out. Well, there you go. Papinashvili, number 1 seed. A big koshiguruma and wonderfully executed. But they're going to look at the screen just to see.
They've said go on, but it would have been interesting to have seen that landing, because
yes.
Oh, here it is again.
That was a nice finish there. A little bit of an overspin on it. It caught him on the shoulder and he then turned to the front. Oh, but that was returned by a Wazari Aseti upon, and Oshima goes through to the next round. Well, that was a very interesting and exciting match, there's no doubt about it. Papinashvili looks up at the referee.
He hasn't gone over for Ippon, but he has gone over for a second score.
Yes.
The thing about this is, when we had the rule change, what had previously been Yuko became Wazari. You can see it on the big screen in the venue. There's no doubt that that's a Yuko.
Yes.
Up on the big screen, you can see it there. That would have been a Yuko. Well, what was Yuko was now Wazari. We're going to get a look at it here.
The Tai Toshi.
There's enough there for what would have been a Yuko. The difficulty is that what was Yuko is now Wazari, and we've been talking about that.
Yes.
2 Yukos could win you the contest.
I'm still not convinced with it.
Nor am I.
I am challenged by that thought process, to be honest. But the rules are the rules, and we go with them. And our personal sort of feelings regarding that
absolutely
doesn't take any precedence at all in this competition or any other competition. Is that lovely Yoko Tominagi there?
It was a second score to Oshima, and Papinashvili had to just suck it up and accept it. Right, on mat 2 now, we've got Sukra Bokiev of Tajikistani faces Beslan Mudranov of Russia. It's Bokiev in the white, Judogi Mudranov in blue.
Well, I just saw the end clip there of the Yoko Sutemiwaza there, but I'm not quite sure whether he picked up a score or not. We cannot see the scoreboard from our screen, and we're up in the gods at this moment, so we have no view of the contest area field to play, but my colleague Sheldon has informed me that no, that wasn't a score, but it was very impressive attack. it's a little bit frustrating because
I know,
sometimes
yeah.
you can get, not only we have the coverage on our screen, but we can also see the field of play, but we've definitely got no view whatsoever of the field of play here.
We're going to have to hang on until the camera moves into the scoreboard thing.
Oh, yes.
Well,
Nice Sianagi there, dropped well under his opponent, picks up Wazari.
yeah. Just goes off on the far side of the body. Just
Gave a little
squeezing
double
out, yeah.
lift on it, but taking him off to the weaker point on that left side. Nicely done.
So we should see the 1, there you go, in the scoreboard in the corner.
Mudranov there with
Yeah.
a Wazari lead, and 2 minutes and 16 seconds remaining in the contest.
And the gold back patch on his back.
Yes. Again, he just didn't just have that final little finish to it. However hard he tried, it was well anticipated.
And now what a shocker. Bokiev who comes back to throw Mudranov. I
Well,
tell you what, he was lucky not to give up the full score there. Woo! I don't know.
Well, upon Sianagi there. Oh, do you know what? The elbow was there
Yeah.
to stop him landing on his, but they've
1-1.
that was Wazari a piece, and
Mudranov got caught.
Next contest.
oh
Yes.
yes! Hey, well that was a lovely finish there.
60
He's a bit cocky now.
Oh, he struts back to the century. He gives a little look behind as if to say, "Get up and let's get
Yeah.
out of here," just in case the referee changes his mind.
Tsubame Gaeshi.
Tsubame Gaeshi, that was
Yeah.
beautifully done. Oh,
What a contest.
talk about making a
Yeah.
man just angry from the last exchange. Oh,
Wonderful
nice.
reactions.
Nicely done, and with such confidence as well. Look, as he stands up, look at his face as if to say, well, it's just a matter of time. I was warming up.
Well, that was a little bit special, wasn't it?
That was lovely, especially so early in the morning as well. But these athletes are producing such beautiful judo in such a warm-up fashion.
Well, we're going to stay on mat number 2.
First round.
And we're going to stay in the under 60 kilo category. We've got another Russian coming up on the mat now. This time it's Islam Yashuev of Russia. He faces Batgarel Miagmadoj of Mongolia. It's Yashuev in the white judogi, Batgarel in blue.
Well, Bakrel, as you can see, with the first grip, that right hand on the lapel, shaking it up a little bit, trying to unsettle and unnerve his opponent in the first exchange.
Must be the VIP seating directly behind that mat. There's the 3 gentlemen sitting just behind that television camera. One in the middle is the president of the European Judo Union, Sergei Soloveychik. On the left is the European Judo Union. He's still in the Russian setup. Former Olympic champion Edzio Gamba.
Yeah.
And then on the right hand side, who's slightly obscured by the television camera, Valentin Habirov, the vice president of the Russian Judo Federation. It's the big 3, I guess, in the background there.
Well, Becquerel really is putting a fight on here in this contest. Lovely Martisino scoring Wazari.
Justini Balash, the referee in the middle from Hungary. Nice and calm. I really like his way of, getting involved in the contests. Good referee.
Double-sided grip with that Cianagi drop, scoring the Wazari. Becquerel really needs to now, he's a little bit more aggressive now and engaging more as he trails with 1 minute, coming up to 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest. Up until then was really dominating the match, but the Russian now has started to take a little bit more control. A Judo apiece for both athletes. Siotoshi attempt there for Becquerel. Desperate ploy to get back into this contest as he throws that right arm, doesn't connect, but aggressively engages into his opponent. Trying to look for any opportunity. Becquerel, as you can see, with that right hand once more on the lapel, tries to get past the block of his opponent's left arm. The Russian trying to control that right sleeve, as you can see, drawing it down. Comes, oh yes! Well, there was a brace there. I'm not sure why there wasn't a score, because the hands were used to stop his opponent going further back onto his back. As you can see there, the hand went down to stop that and to brace it. Not sure why that wouldn't have been scored, because that was definitely the hand that stopped the full movement.
Second penalty picked up by Yashuev. I'm right there with Loretta on that one. My understanding is one hand or two behind, look at that.
And you could see desperately that it was a brace on that arm to stop himself from advancing more further onto his back. But possibly when they looked at the landing, he landed quite solidly onto the rear, and it was just that second sort of engagement that the hand went out, possibly that slight pause as the technique was advancing. Not sure there, but
oh, they did give it, but it's not showing on our screen.
Oh, right.
We forgot about the screen thing. Yeah, they did give it. And there's at least we know what we're talking about, because it's the second time today that we've said we don't understand.
Yes.
What we don't understand.
It's a bit confusing because we can't actually see the scoreboard.
Yeah. Okay. I was in the process of looking up the rules, because I'm thinking, I'm sorry, but that is Wazari. And of course, we just said how good Gostini Balash was, and of course he gave Wazari. we just didn't see it. Right, we've got Cedric Revel of France facing Issam Bassou of Morocco. Round one in the under 60 kilo category. It's Revel in the white judogi, Bassou in blue. I feel not vindicated, but I feel reassured. We've seen two contests where both times you and I have been saying that referee's got it wrong, and we're scared. We're afraid of saying that because we don't want to question what the match officials are saying.
Exactly.
Only for us later to find out it's just a technical glitch. page.
We're on the
Yeah.
same page.
So
Now
good
this-
news.
This is someone that I have looked at right at the beginning, Cedric Revel. One to look out for in this competition. In Paris, he took a bronze medal. And last year in this very tournament was also bronze medalist. But this Moroccan, Bassou, had an outstanding performance in Agadir for me. And so it'd be interesting. He got a bronze medal. He was really, really good. And technically, young lad. He's young, but he had a great performance last weekend in Agadir. This is going to be a tough match for both. I just sense that this is going to be quite an interesting contest. To see an Aggie attempt from the Frenchman as he draws his opponent in. Remember last weekend Bassou beat his senior teammate, who was the top seed for the Moroccan team, to take the bronze medal. I'm trying to remember his name now.
And the problem is that as soon as we look at it, we'll say, "Oh yeah, of course,
Yes, that's it.
of course, that's his name."
Yeah, he went into the bronze medal as the underdog and had an amazing performance. In fact, throwing his opponent for 10. So, very interesting match it was, but someone that has definitely got the skills to come through at this level of tournament and perform at a high level.
Representing Kazakhstan.
Revel,
Mohammed Jaffe.
Jaffe, that's it. I was thinking
No. Yassin Mudatir. We can look up the head-to-head and see who it was. But I think if it's going to be their number one, Jaffe may have got. Let's have a look.
No, I think it might have been Mudatir.
Yeah, Yassin Mudatir.
Yes.
Yeah. He beat him for the bronze medal in Agadir last week, just as you were saying. Yeah. Yassin Mudatir. But they've got another fighter, Jaffe.
They've got some strong athletes, the Moroccan team now. They really have. There was some great performances in Agadir last weekend.
Yassin Mudatir is the one who is the highest ranked, and that's who he lost to. But Jaffe's not a bad boy either.
Jaffe's a good lad, yeah.
3 Moroccans.
No, there was some great performances
good.
last weekend from the Moroccan team, especially with the women as well.
Yeah,
There's
they could
the arm lock, and
Oops.
Ipon scored for Bassou.
Not sure what they're complaining about.
Well, what they're saying is that he lifted him off the ground, but the execution of the arm lock was still ongoing.
Yeah, because
So regardless that he tries to take him off the ground for a mate, it's not a mate because the execution of the arm lock is there and it's controlled. And so
they obviously are unclear about that rule.
it's the opposite way round.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you're in tachiwaza and you throw on an arm lock and it's executed from the tachiwaza position and follows it through, which is uncontrolled, then it's Hansokimaki.
Next contest is first
So
round.
Bassou goes through to the next round.
Right, coming on to mat number 2 now, round 1 of the under 52 kilo category. Tatsukawa Rino of Japan faces Sofia Chistanova of Russia. It's Tatsukawa in the white judogi, Chistanova in blue. And down on mat number 3, you've got Yildiz Smetov of Kazakhstan. He's up against Mirzad Sufiev of Tajikistan. We're going to stick here with Tatsukawa and Chistanova. I've got the feeling that Smetov is just about to finish off
Golden sword.
Sufiev down on mat number 3.
Well, the winner of this match will go into the second round against the number 1 seed, Miranda Erica of Brazil, who's world champion and also gold medalist of this tournament last year. Lovely Ouchigari then. All right, through Skorna Wazari now looking to secure the Osakomi. And as you can see, it's nicely done there. The hold down's on. She needs to draw the hips down, but as you can see, her opponent's arms just under the core, trying to lift the lower body over, but now secures onto Wazari Aseti upon for a win.
Didn't panic, man in the middle, you know, was looking at the two contestants there. They had come off the contest area, but the Osai Waza was in play. She said, I'm going to leave this. She put the Osai Waza on. It wasn't the strongest. There was the opportunity for Chistanova to, you know, squeeze a way out of it, but you've only got 10 seconds.
Yeah.
That's the problem now.
She had secured it. She just didn't have the solid.
First round, women under 52 kilos.
Smetov has won his contest down on mat number 3. So we can stick around here, because there's another contest in the under 52 kilo category. Let's have a look at Jessica Pereira of Brazil. She faces Ganbold Gansetsek of Mongolia. It's Pereira in the white judogi, Ganbold in blue.
I've seen this Brazilian a few times now, and she's always an impressive fighter. Like most of the Brazilians, they've got that real technical Japanese flair about them, but they've also got that real fight and aggressive spirit in them all the time. And it's a real gutsy performance. Ganbold takes the first Shido. As you can see, that left hand inside and twisted towards the front of the chest, looking very negative. She's got to be careful because she's locked out there, which looks like she's defending. It comes in with the drop Sianagi, nicely executed, follows through into the Niwaza and looks to try and create an opening there against the Brazilian. Ganbold, as you can see with the left hand on the lapel, shaking up a little bit, trying to create an opening there for the Sianagi, trying to get past the defences of that right arm of Pereira. Pereira steps across, a high collar grip, just didn't get the hips through deep enough, but the Sangaku turnover. Nice transition into Niwaza from the Brazilian. Brazilian throwing the right hand onto the belt, drawing opponent down into the Niwaza. Now looks to try and get the Sangaku legs turned and secured there. Doesn't manage to do as well as she did in the previous exchanging groundwork. And Ganbold picking up the second Shido with 2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. Ouchigari. Pereira. You can see with that right hand around the back, controlling the left side of her opponent. The referee, Paul Mate, I don't know whether it's a possibility of a Shido being awarded to both, but no, he's let that one ride. I thought it was a little bit too early to get the third and final Shido. Drop Sianagi following through into the Niwaza, creates an opportunity on that arm, as you can see, but legs too wide apart, slips through, and Pereira now following it through to be the attacker in the ground. As you can see with the legs there coming round at the back of the arm, trying to rotate her opponent over onto a side. There once more advances, throws the arm up. Chichimata, oh, nicely pinned. Well controlled on the attack. Scoring a Wazari. Now with just a minute remaining in the contest, a good position for the Brazilian to be in, with a Wazari and her opponent with 2 Shidos. Will Gambolt's going to now start coming at her, trying to close up that gap, but as you can see, Pereira hooks that right arm over the top. Ochigari draws her head down, putting a lot of pressure on the Gambolt coming back straight away. Nice. That right hand over the top, elbow tucked in, and hovering around it is the Ochu-Chimata combination. Under a lot of pressure into the last 30 seconds. Can she come back? Really finding it so difficult to get through the defences of the Brazilian. Be the last attempt that she'll get against the Brazilian, with only 11 seconds remaining. And picks up the first Shido. Well, it's not going to make. There has to. Any closer. Pereira for Brazil goes.
Right, we'll stay on mat number 2. Coming up next, Pugreka of Hungary faces Igor Kutsenko of Russia, to be put in the white judogi, Kutsenko in blue.
First round, weighing under 73 kilos, determining 1. In white judogi, representing Japan, Nogami Rentaro. In blue judogi, representing Belarus, Vadim Shokov.
Kutsenko showing some degree of concern for her opponent, but it was a neatly executed Kansetsu waza. Pugreka is normally pretty sharp on the ground, but Kutsenko displaying a little bit of skill that I hadn't at first attributed to her. So
that's a great start for this young lady. Interesting to see how she progresses through the competition.
Coming up next, Abe Hihumi of Japan faces Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. Abe in the white judogi, Kyrgyzbayev in blue.
First round, Kuman Kyrgyzstan.
In the middle for this one is Olga Dmitrieva of Russia. Don't often see Dmitrieva on the IGF World Tour. In European competitions plenty, but good for her to have a run out here, and she gets to referee the current world champion.
No pressure at all. Well, Abby is the top favourite, number one seed coming into this competition. I'll say world champion. Kyrgyzstan desperately trying to get that right arm over the top. As you can see, it's been controlled quite nicely with Abby as he steps across, just clipping a heel over the back of the knee with that, an attempt.
It's strong entry, wasn't it?
Strong. It was
dangerous.
Looking for the Osota, but and the skip. Uchigari, nicely executed, scoring a Wazari there. So Abby takes a comfortable lead with 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest with that Uchigari attack. Obviously trying to throw that right hand over the top. Totally dismissed by Abby. Very calm out there. As Kyrgyzstan on the attack. Much more aggressive style of fighting against his Japanese opponent. Japanese controlling now that right sleeve, but again, Kyrgyzstan pulling away. And that pulling away will give him a Shido, and also Abby will take up one as well. So that's 2 Shidos to 1 at the moment, with 1 minute and 39 seconds remaining in the contest. Kyrgyzstan throws the arm over, gets on very deep to the belt, but the hips are through with Abby. Abby just keeping his opponent at bay. He knows that there's a real battle going on as he leads with a Wazari, but Kosota there. The arm comes over the top onto that belt, and that's where Kyrgyzstan is very dangerous, when he gets that deep onto the belt. Once more, Kyrgyzstan advances onto his opponent. Abby there with the Sianagi movement, the Uchigari, and he drives. We've seen it, yes! Nicely controlled all the way, scoring a Wazari Aseti Ippon. And we have the score for the Ippon there, but we don't actually have the ones for the Wazari. Well, I'm not sure whether it was a direct Ippon that he was given, or the Ippon. But never mind, it's still a win, and Abby goes through to the next round, the third quarter-final of the 66.
Abby, the #1 seed and the current world champion, so that one going to form. I wonder if we can go down to mat number 3 to have a look at the under 60 kilo category round 1 contest between Felipe Kitadai of Brazil. He's up against Sakavat Gadzhiev of Russia. It's Kitadai in the white judogi, Gadzhiev in blue. Kitadai has picked up 2 penalties. They're 21 seconds into the golden score period. And when we talk about somebody being, fighting at home and in Russia, that can be quite a laughable feast, because they could come from way, way, way somewhere in Russia and someone else would be closer. That's not the case with Gadzhiev. Gadzhiev is from Ekaterinburg.
Oh, is he?
Well, he lives and trains here.
Well, it picks up the disqualification for the head dive. Gadzhiev goes through for Russia to the next round.
I first met Gadzhiev 9 years ago when he was a cadet.
That's showing your age now.
Yeah.
He obviously was just a babby.
What a boy. Sakavat Gadzhiev, he lives and trains here in Ekaterinburg. I remember going to watch him train one evening. He's a good boy.
Well, he's given a strong performance here today, and a great start for him that takes him into the next round with the under 60s.
On mat number 3 at the moment now, Daria Skirpnik of Belarus faces Munkbat Urentsetsik of Mongolia. It's Skirpnik in the white judogi, Munkbat in blue.
And a great start for Skirpnik, because she drops under for the Sianagi there. Finds herself though on the receiving end of the Niwaza. Gamba, Munkbat I should say. Going back on my brain at the moment. Munkbat, world silver medalist, along with Masters bronze medalist. Very strong athlete indeed. Got to be a contender for a medal here today. The winner of this will meet the number 2 seed, Kutsatina of Russia, in the next round. Munkbat drawing her opponent into the Niwaza. An attempt of a Sutemiwaza. Wasn't such a convincing attack there, but the ploy was to work in the ground. Skipnik trying to give more of an aggressive approach and try and engage and control with the grips against her opponent, but both picking up a Shido, which puts Munkbat with 2 Shidos now on the board. Just under 2 minutes remaining in the contest. Skipnik with a drop Sianagi. Munkbat looking to try and capitalise down in the ground. Wasn't very much on offer there. Defended quite well from the Belarusian. Uchigari countered there, and Skipnik Sure if it was a mate situation, and the score hasn't come up, but we've got a Wazari there for the Belarusian, a great position to be in with just over a minute remaining in this first round contest. Now trying to control her opponent's movements. Koichigari stumbling the Belarusian down into the ground. The Mongolian now looking to try and capitalise on there. Gets the turn. Legs a little bit untidy there, and all that effort was for nothing.
First round, men under 17.
So just coming up to the last 30 seconds of this contest. Montbat really has to do something special now in the Tachiwaza, has to get that score back. Cannot afford a false attack or any time wasted in the Niwaza. Skibnik just controlling very nicely with both sleeves as the seconds tick away. Montbat trying to get the hips through, can't get past the defences. An attempt of a Sutemi Waza, but as you can see there, is just thrown in the towel as she went down into the ground. A last-ditched effort there made from Montbat.
So, Daria Skibnik of Belarus puts out Montbat Urantsetseg of Mongolia. She is fighting up from 48, she's fighting at 52 here, so it's not a usual weight, but it's not a weight that is entirely unusual.
Testing
No.
1, 2, 3.
Well, looking at her, she looks very
Testing. 1,
comfortable
2,
in the
3.
under 52s. It looks like
Testing.
the weight
1, 2,
is
3.
suiting her. And that
Audio
performance is
check,
against
audio
a very
check.
strong.
Testing 1, 2,
She
3.
did very well there. She will be challenged in
Satellite
the next
test.
round.
This is
though.
satellite test on
It's
channel
Gina
3.
will be her next
Feet.
match, who's the number 2 seed, world bronze medalist, that she will have to battle away for a place in the semi-final.
We're going to go down to mat number 1, because on mat number 1 at the moment is Nuno Saraiva of Portugal. He's up against Zviad Kapanadze of Georgia. It's Saraiva in the white judogi, Kapanadze in blue. Kapanadze leads by Wazari. You can see that on the scoreboard there. And now he's just applied the Oshiro.
A little drop
Kizagatame.
Cianagi there from...
So 10 seconds is all that Kapanadze will need to win out here. And the reason that we've come down here is because after Saraiva and Kapanadze leave the tatami, we're going to have the spectacle of Fabio Basile of Italy to face Marcel Setzia of Romania. Should be an interesting little contest.
That will be very interesting to see his form of the day, as we could say, because when it came down to confidence and what he had to say about the day, he's world champion all over again, Olympic champion I should say all over again, oozes with confidence. And I think his final words as he left us this morning was, "I'll see you in the final." I think he said.
We shall see.
We will see.
You have to love him, because
You
he's
do
just
love him. I just love the confidence of this man.
First round, men under 73 here. In white judogi, representing Italy, Rio Olympic champion in under 66 kilos, Fabio Basile. And in blue judogi, representing Romania, Marcel Cercea.
Basile just a little bit loose with the area. Picks up the penalty for stepping out.
Well, Basile trying to control this contest, trying to get his preferred grip At this moment, he's not getting it all his own way. But what you love about the Italian fighters, they've got great condition and real wonderful fighting spirit. And that's exactly what Basile is all about. The confidence he goes in with into every match, regardless on who he's up against. Lovely attack there from the Romanian with the Ippon Sianagi. Came in deep, just didn't get lower than his opponent's balance to get the lift. Left himself a little bit too high and straight-legged. Basile with a cross grip, drops Sianagi. Nice attack. Chira still looking a little bit apprehensive as he engages in this contest against this very strong opponent. Basile, as you can see, with his head being caught down there, jacket slightly riding over the top of the head. But he corrects. Getting that left hand sleeve caught up a little bit there, which doesn't seem to be stopping him as he drops under with the Sianagi. Second Judo being given to the Romanian now, with just coming up to the halfway mark. Basile with the drop Sianagi, scoring a Wazari. Attempt of the Uchimata from the Romanian, trying to come back into this contest. Sianagi attempt from the Italian. Finds himself not quite sure at this angle, but obviously the referee has a good view there in the Niwaza. And obviously the jacket wasn't under the neck there for the Shimiwaza. Romanian throws that left hand, trying desperately to get over the top. Dropping underneath the Italian, piling more pressure on his opponent. And we're just coming up to the last minute in this match. What confidence Basile has, and it takes him into the next round.
Setsia will have a couple of emotions here. He would have thought for a moment, hey, I might have a shout here, you know, I might be in against the Olympic champion. And then he went over once and he thought, I better be careful because he is the Olympic champion. And then the last time he got thrown, he must have thought, that's why he's Olympic champion.
That's why he's Olympic champion, yes. Well, there was a lot of confidence going into this contest.
You can go out for a smoke now.
Oh, gosh. I couldn't believe that.
Go out for a fight. Right, who have we got coming up now then? If we stay here, we're going to see Uali Kershev of Russia and Christopher Wagner of Austria. Why not? It's round one of the under 73 kilo category. Kershev in the white judo gi, Wagner in blue.
Kershev all over his opponent, as you can see, that right hand controlling and the left hand taking his opponent's right sleeve. Wagner looking a little bit unsettled in the opening exchange in this contest. Hooks in with the Ouchigari though. Uchimata come back from the Russian. Wagner rotating his opponent over, trying to create an opening there in the ground. Wagner trying desperately to get the hand on the lapel. An attempt of a Sutemi Waza from the Russian. Wagner once more on that lapel. Comes in for an attack. Drops under his opponent. Russian really hasn't settled. Just trying desperately to get a little bit better control of this contest against the Austrian. Russian throwing the right hand, trying to get it over the top. As Wagner controls that sleeve quite nicely. A Makikomi attempt from Kurtsev. So it's just been a real bit of a battle going on here. Kurtsev really hasn't been able to exchange with the grips. Taking second best, picks up a first Shido, so it's one apiece now. Wagner doing very well against this Russian opponent. As you can see, controls with the grips quite nicely, frustrating the Russian. Drops the Inagi from Wagner. Doesn't get in deep enough, finds himself on the receiving end of an attempt of a Sutemi Waza from Kurtsev. Well, for Wagner, he's played a very tactical match here, and he's doing extremely well against the Russian, who seems to be pretty frustrated at the moment. Doesn't seem to have been able to get the grip that he requires. It's always been on the receiving end. A lovely Tayatoshi steps across. Just didn't get the spin on it at the end for the score. As he follows through, looking just to cause more distress for the Russian in the Niwaza. So no score as yet. A Shido apiece with 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining. Now, Kurtsev looked like he was piling a bit more pressure on. Didn't last very long though. Wagner once more controlling his opponent's right sleeve. Nice Sodi attempt there. Wagner with the high collar grip. Doesn't seem to control the head as well as he should do with that grip. Needs to bring the elbow in a little bit deeper. Wagner allowed too much flexibility of the head. Kosota attempt now from the Russian, a drop under, and a wonderful score there of a Wazari. And Osakomi, 17 seconds remaining in the contest, and Kurtsev quite comfortably goes through after a battle and a half in this first round match.
Yeah, he gave it a good go, didn't he, Christopher Wagner? And he was in there until the last, as Loretta said, 17 seconds. He got caught there, and then the Osai was to put him out. It was a good effort. Now we're going to go to mat number 2, because coming up next will be Doodsurin Sumia of Mongolia. She faces Sanne Verhagen of the Netherlands. It's Doodsurin in the white judogi, Verhagen in blue, current world champion at under 57 kilos.
Next contest on mat 1. First round, men under 73 kilo. In white judogi, representing Tajikistan, Mohamed Mirzoyev.
Well, very strong Yumikata there. Dorsian, as you can see, with her left hand on the lapel, controlling the sleeve grip as well. Taking her time a little bit there to set up her next move. Van Hagen felt the pressure there, drops to the ground. The safest option for Sanne Verhagen. Dostian, as you can see, with that left hand on the lapel, side skips the arm, cups the head. Koshiguruma, nice attack there from the Mongolian. Well, Dostian looking very comfortable out there, controlling quite nicely the pace of this contest to suit Van Hagen, trying desperate to look for an opportunity on the ground. Van Hagen, as you can see, with the right hand inside on the lapel, trying to block out the left side of her opponent. Doesn't seem to be doing a good job at that. As you can see, the elbow can be tucked in over the top of Van Hagen's arm. So it's not doing a great job at this moment in controlling. Both will pick up a Shido now. Dorsian, as you can see, once more the left hand on the lapel that controls quite nicely. Breaks down the drop Sianagi attempt there from Van Verhagen. Verhagen rotates her opponent over, now trying to create an opening there. Dosseren looking very strong as she defends quite nicely on the ground. Dosseren once more takes the first grip, left hand on the lapel once more. Drops Sianagi in deeper this time, gets the lift. Oh, doesn't get the rotation though. Well anticipated from the Dutch girl. She braced quite nicely there, but did look in a little bit of trouble in the opening of that attack. Dorsian again with the drop. Well, we're now going into golden score. There's no scores on the board yet. Two Shidos, one apiece at the moment. A very close match indeed. Verhagen obviously been on the receiving end of the stronger attacks in the first 4 minutes of this contest. But tactically, Verhagen playing a very strong game here in defending quite nicely. And what he's spoiling, there's the Koshiguruma though in the opening seconds, 26 seconds into the golden score.
Next contest on Untitled 1. First round, women under 63 kilos.
Lord Surin it is, who wins out, as Loretta was saying, after 27 seconds of golden score. Vivian Herman and Iyana Polyakova are getting underway in the under 63 kilo category down on mat number 1. But we're going to stay here to have a look at the contest in the under 57 kilo category. Tamaoki Momo of Japan faces Natalia Golomidova of Russia. It's Tamaoki in the white judogi, Golomidova in blue. This is a big test for the young Russian. Whenever you've got to come up against a Japanese, you know it's going to be a tough
Well, it's a
one.
real clash of styles, isn't it? The Russians tend to be very aggressive in their gripping style and their fighting spirit, where the Japanese tend to have that much more elegant flow in their judo. But a great start for the Russian as she comes in with the uchimata straight on the attack and then tries to follow it through into the niwaza.
She one of 4 Russians in the weight category. Daria Mezhetskaya is one of them. Another left-sided effort there. Anastasia Konkina and Diana Zhigaros. So it's quite a lineup.
It's a strong lineup as well.
Yeah, well, Zhigaros has come from 63. Konkina we know. Mezhetskaya as well is very strong. So you'd expect the Russians to be able to get on the medal table.
Well, we're coming up to 3 minutes remaining in the contest. It's Golomidova looking the stronger. There has a very strong approach to this contest, taking full control right from the beginning. And the Japanese now will pick up a Shido.
And she picked that up for a gripping infringement. She was guarding her own
Just
gi.
protecting her own jacket there.
She's got to be careful because, as Loretta was just saying, Golomidova has made most of the going here. And if the Russian can come up with a couple of big, strong attacks, it'll be a second penalty to Tamaoki very, very early on in the contest. Just manages a little bit of an ashiwaza there, just to put some pressure.
Strong left hand that's over there, controlling the Japanese quite nicely. But it's her approach to this contest. She's taken control and she's still controlling the pace of the match. You can see the left hand controlling the shoulder there, trying to, without overreaching, take her opponent's left sleeve. Drops. Well, that was a nice move, and it was continuous. So I didn't see much of a pause, but the Osakomi's there.
Well,
Sadly for the Russian,
yeah.
well, that pause and a lack of response as she went over into the ground was a poor judgment there for the Russian.
lack of experience as well. She hasn't got the kind of experience at this level. We were talking about the depth in Russia, and Golomidova just hasn't had the kind of exposure that she needs to tighten up and avoid that kind of mistake.
Well, she started off so well, such an aggressive approach to this match. She had no fear going in there, and she gave very little respect for the Japanese. And when it came down to just coming in that sort of position in Niwaza, there was just very little awareness of how much danger she was in.
Single slip did it for her. Now, before we get too involved in the next contest, I think, well, let's stay here for a bit. We'll stay here for a while because we're not entirely sure what's going to happen. What's going to happen down on mat number 1? We do want to see one of the upcoming contests. But for the time being, we'll stay to have a look at Lagvatogu Enkrilin of Mongolia. She faces Terma Monteiro of Portugal. It's Lagvatogu in the white judogi, Monteiro in blue.
Well, Monteiro is most probably one of the more experienced athletes in this weight category. World medalist, and in the last World Championships, a 5th place. He's been around on the world circuit for many years. Lagvatogu there, as you can see, with the right hand on the lapel. Good strong kumikata there, controlling quite nicely Monteiro, who now drops underneath for an attempt of a sutemi waza, drawing her opponent down into the ground. Obviously felt a little bit unsettled with the strong grips of the Mongolian, and felt that that was most probably the best option for her to get out of any trouble. Well, Lagvatogu picks up the first Shido. And the Mongolian attempted a niwaza, what looked to be the shimiwaza, but nowhere near the position across the neck.
Next contest, Untitled 3.
Well, the Mongolian battling away here, leaving her options open as an attempt of the Ashiwazas to stumble the Portuguese, who once more draws her opponent down into the ground. Obviously looking a little bit apprehensive in the engagement of the grip. Feels there's a bit of pressure under. Once more, that strong grip on the lapel. Monteiro really a little bit unsettled with the exchange with the kumikata. Mongolian taking the sleeve with a sodi attempt, dropped onto her knees. Still raising her opponent off the ground slightly. Monteiro bracing herself off the drop, Cianagi. Oh, nice Ashiwaza from Monteiro as she follows it through into the ground. Slow to react in the groundwork. Mongolian felt the sweep was a little bit heavy-footed. Felt the pounding on that shin a little bit too much. Mongolian picking up the second Shido. Monteiro the first, with just under a minute remaining, 46 seconds. Drop Cianagi attempt there from the Mongolian. Monteiro looking busy down in the ground, but very little option there for her. So coming into the last half a minute, closer to the golden score this match seems to be going. Monteiro advancing onto her opponent again, using the Ashiwazas to break up her opponent. Drops in with the Cianagi, doesn't get in deep enough, but The Mongolian trying to ruffle her up a little bit as she dropped for an attempt of a Sianagi. Oh, yeah, there you have the Ashiwazas once more. It is a bit heavy-footed, though. That's the only thing, without the lack of upper body control as well.
And she attempts that Ashiwaza after she takes a whack to the face. You know, Lagvatogu gave her one back. She had the Ashiwaza, and she thought, okay, I'm going to give you one back. And then Montero comes back even stronger with the Ashiwaza. You know, all three of those actions have got no part in this.
Well, I think for an Ashiwaza, you really do need the upper body control, and Montero's just throwing those legs in, connecting with the leg, which has been pretty heavy-footed. But even if she did connect, there is no upper body control to allow the landing to be correct and to get a score. So she really needs to. It is just an unsettling and aggravating her opponent's situation. Well, Lagvatogu there, desperately trying to get at least one hand on her opponent.
Lagvatogu's got to be slightly more aware of the opportunity that she has to continue to attack whilst standing up, whilst Montero is on the ground. See, Montero could go here, and when the roles are reversed, Montero is throwing in an attack. It's weak, but Lagvatogu is not trying to follow that up.
And Lagvatogu, as you can see, has got two Shidos on the board as well. One more would result in the hand Sokimaki. So she really does need to stay engaged in this contest and pile the pressure on. But she cannot afford to have a false attack here. She can't make any mistakes here. Now, Montero, as you can see, has got that little bit of nice Ashiwaza there. And yet the threat was always there with the Ashiwazas. But for the first time ever, Montero had the lapel grip. And that made it much more effective and gave her the result that she needed.
And in the end, that's what put Lagvatogu on her back, the control, the upper body control.
Yes.
It guided her onto her back. Thelma Montero through to, I think it's the quarter-final now. Well, we can go down to mat number 1 to have a look and see what's happening with the number 1 seed in the under 73 kilo category, Jansei Smagolov. He's up against Ebinuma Masashi of Japan. There's some screams about Ippon. I'm not sure if they're going to be replaying whatever action it is that they're questioning, and they do say. They are saying it's Ippon. So whatever action that was has resulted in Ebinuma going out. Smagolov being given Ippon.
Well, after a great start for the Japanese, he goes out in the second round and out of the contest, the whole competition.
So let's see what happens here. So that was a Wazari to Ebinuma. Okay, that was Wazari. We saw that signal there. And at some stage later on, there must have been some action that resulted in Ippon. Okay. Okay. Right. On mat number 1 at the moment in the under 73 kilo category. Oh, well, let's go to mat number 2 because we've got the current Olympic champion, Paula Peretta of Argentina. She's starting
Second round,
her
women under
bid
48 kilos.
today. Yeah, mat number 2.
Please welcome E1 Judo
If we can.
Argentina, the current
The
Olympic champion, Paula.
under 48 kilo category. Paola Pareto of Argentina faces Anne-Sophie Jura of Belgium. It's Pareto in the white judogi, Jura in blue. This is effectively the quarter-final, Loreto. Already.
It's, 15 athletes participated in the under 48 kilos. And Pareto finds herself in the quarterfinals. Had a bye in the first round. And Jura defeated Pavlenko of Russia in the first round. So she'll have had a warm-up, which would have been quite nice. Scores a Wazari, though. Pareto putting her in the lead now comfortably with 3.5 minutes remaining. Pareto on the attack there. She's trying to create an opportunity for herself in the Niwaza. Comes round the back of the arm, gets the spin on it, but didn't actually have the control against Jura to secure that turnover. Now Jura on both lapels as she digs in with the legs. Well controlled, nice. Pareto just slowing down her opponent's pace. Jura under a bit of pressure, drops to the Sienagi, but Pareto on her case in the Niwaza. A little bit of extra pressure down there against Jura. Pareto backpedaling slightly, trying to give herself more time to get the necessary grip. Jura draws down into the Sutemi Waza for an opportunity in the ground. So coming up to the halfway mark, no score, but only no Shidos either, both working extremely hard, battling away to try and control this contest. Say we're in the quarter-final stage, so the loser of this match will go into the repechage. Pareto being very cagey out there, the jigger-tied position, drawing the weight down onto the sleeves of Jura, trying to slow this young lady up slightly, but picks up a Shido this time for her negative engagement in this contest. Drops Sienagi, scoring a Wazari. Or Ippon, they've changed it to. So Pareto goes through to the semi-final of the under 48s, and Jura goes down into the repechage of the weight category.
Golden score on tatami 1.
Coming up next will be your pick
Second round, women under
earlier today,
48 kilo, tatami 2.
Katharina Mentz.
Yes, well, she had a very impressive first match of the day, a very convincing win.
She'll be up against Ganbatar Naransetseg of Mongolia. It's Ganbatar in the white judogi, Mentz in blue.
Ganbatar looking for the Sutemi Waza, trying desperately to draw her opponent down into the ground. Mentz throwing that arm over, draws her opponent down to her knees, And Gambata will pick up a Shido for that. Well, I'm really surprised because that was a drop to the knees, a deliberate drop to avoid engagement. And there you have it. The care system changed that decision. Shido been awarded. Men's throwing that left hand, controlling her opponent's right shoulder as she hooks in with the Ouchigari.
Right, we've just taken a second to find out what it was that happened with Ebenuma and Jansei Smagolov, and Ebenuma had attacked Smagolov with Uchimata and he got turned onto his back, he got countered. That's why the Kazakh coach was screaming for Ippon, and so it was.
Second round, win number 17.
Anyway, we're back watching Gambata and Mentz. There's no score in this one. Gambata has picked up a single Shido. We've got a little over, well, just 2 minutes and 20 odd seconds left to go.
Well, it's been a real battle between these young ladies. Men's have been the stronger and the more aggressive of the grips. Gambata has been breaking away the grips of Menz, who throws the arm once more over the top. Always seems to connect. Oh, Chigari! Oh, yes! Ippon! Beautifully executed. And Menz goes through to the next round. That was a beautiful entry there. Lost a little bit of control in a split second, was able to correct it and drive off that back leg to get the Ippon. Well, that was superb.
Well, we can stay on mat number 2 because coming up next will be a quarter-final in the under 60 kilo category. Oshima Yuma of Japan faces Beslan Mudranov of Russia. It'll be Oshima in the white judogi, Mudranov in blue, and the crowd that is in at the moment will be desperate for Mudranov to take this.
There's the highlights of that throw again. Ouchigari corrected herself so well. Right through her opponent to score that Ippon. Nice bit of judo.
Tatami 3, goal score.
Oshima defeated the number 1 seed for Georgia, Papinashvili.
What a battle this is going to be.
Well, definitely entertaining, no doubt.
Matthew Bataille is the referee in control of this one.
Sianagi there for Oshima. No score as yet, just one Shido on the board for Oshima. Oh, lovely Uchimata. Used his head though, spun on the head there. You've got to be careful on that. Oshima looking in with the Ouchi, with the combination of the Uchimata hovering around there. Udranov On the receiving end again of the Sutemi Waza. Nishima trying to get the left, and he's got it now, the left on the lapel. Medranov circling motion, draws his opponent down into the ground, and Nishima picks up the second Shido now with 2 minutes and 18 seconds remaining. Uchimata, Kosota to the Uchimata combination there for the Russian. Looking very strong, very sharp out there on the attacks, but nice turnover in the Niwaza. Oshima looking very threatening down there. The Russian has to be careful, as the Japanese are very clever working with their feet as well as manoeuvring themselves in, very flexible down in the ground. We've seen some very nice turnovers in past contests. Ashima trailing with 2 Shidos at the moment, under a little bit of pressure with 1.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Medranov takes the sleeve across the arms, comes round the back. Oshima drops in front, but looked a little bit under pressure from the left grip around the back. Needs to be careful, as he's got the 2 Shidos. One more would be the Hansokimaki. Oh, Sutemi Waza there, came over the top, turned his opponent over. He landed first though, a slight pause, but was able to correct it to try and finish in the ground. Well, Oshima, a very impressive turnover there, didn't give him the score, but nevertheless put a lot of pressure on the Russian. Throws the arm over the top. Well, I think that was more the jacket that was so low on towards the leg, but it did look at this angle that he was actually stopping by touching the leg. But he did actually have his hand on the jacket, the upper part of the jacket. And
he's not getting penalised for the leg grab.
It's the defence.
It's the defence. And remember, any grabbing or contact below the belt, below the waist. Now, the thing that was saving him in the beginning was that Medranov had the gi jacket outside the belt, so you couldn't tell. But it was so low down on the skirt that you knew it was below the belt. And then he pushed it against the leg. I'm just illustrating that on Loretta's leg there, but only for demonstration purposes, I assure you.
I'm still trying to work that one out, because there's no camera for anybody to see it.
They've cancelled that.
Yeah, well, I think I'm not quite sure how they would have looked at that motion, because it was a grip on the actual jacket rather than a direct push on the leg, and it wasn't holding the leg, he was actually holding the jacket itself.
Any gripping,
but it looked defensive, like you were saying. It was a defensive move.
And any gripping below the belt, that's the penalty. And that was...
Well, I think they've been very generous there. They have been very generous. They're a score. Well, that looked a score from me.
I'm still trying to work out the little part about the penalty.
Medranov picks up the first Shido. Yeah, well, I think they were very generous looking back there.
And You could even say he got a little bit more than the benefit of the doubt. Just gives him a little bit push. When you see it the third time now,
he pushes, he pulls,
yeah,
he pushes, he
just
pulls.
gives him a little push,
and it was all off the skirt of the jacket.
Of the jacket. So
but there was a movement there.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a push and stayed to keep his opponent's hips from engaging.
Yeah.
He actually lifted up. Was literally a second after making that movement.
my feeling on this is, if I'm, let's say that I'm one of the contest judges, and the referee in the middle gives that penalty, I don't take it away. I think, okay, I can see why he's doing that. If he says no, it's just there's nothing really there. It's not on the leg. It's from the. I'm okay with that too. This is real.
It's a bit of a 50-50,
yeah.
and I think if there's an element of doubt, you're giving out, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's, I think this is where we've come to. It's been an exciting match, there's no doubt about it, and this is a contest that could have gone either way, but there we have it all turned
10
around,
seconds.
upside down. Oshima now with the Osakomi in the golden score, but I think it's enough.
Yeah, he traps the leg just in time. Oshima was clock watching there. Just got to be careful now.
He's got his leg caught up there. Needs to tie up the upper part of the body. He's not really got that secure head grip, as you can see, but he's got the flip, he's got control of the upper body with the arms, and now he's secured the Osakomi here. Stretches out that arm, shoulders pinned to the ground, and Nadranov really looks into trouble there now.
Yep.
Well, some nice bit of knee was. We saw that threat earlier on in the contest. We knew that he was very clever down there, but he really had to work for that place in the semi-final.
What a day Oshima Yuma is having of it. He had to knock out the number 1 seed, Amiram Papinashvili, in round 1. In the quarter-final, he had to face the Olympic champion, Beslan Madranov. And in the semi-final, he'll have to face the winner of Basu and Yashuev. I think they're coming up next, Islam Yashuev and Issam Basu.
Well, that'll be an interesting match.
Next contest, Untitled 2. Quarterfinal, men under 60 kg.
And that is the next contest on mat number 2 in the under 60 kilo category. The second quarter-final, Islam Yashuev of Russia faces Issam Basu of Morocco. It's Yashuev in the white judogi, Basu in blue. And here with commentary on this one is Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
Thank you. And yes, this will be Yashuev of Russia. Basu, for me, has had a great performance in the opening match. Agadir took a bronze medal in Morocco on home grounds, defeating one of his stronger Maserati opponent. Basu, as you can see, with the left hand tucked in quite nicely on that lapel as he hooks in. Opts this time for the attempt of a Sutemiwaza, but I feel under a little bit of pressure against his Russian opponent. Well, the Russian picks up the first Shido. Well, a very close match, both head to head, engaging very tightly with the kumikata. Basu blocking in nice, but a grip that can use quite comfortably there with the combination of the Oichi-Uchimata. Basu coming with the drop Sianagi, lost the control of the grip and picks up a Shido for that. So that means that he's now in a really dangerous situation with two Shidos on the board. One more would result in the hand Sokimaki, so he has to be very careful in his next moves. The Sutemi Waza tries desperately to get that left, controls it very nicely, scoring a Wazari. Yatsiev thought he was off the Sutemi Waza, but it was a continuous control. And the care system just going to have another look at the landing of and quite happy to call it a Wazari. So Basu now leading with 1 minute and 46 seconds remaining. Again, that's a silly move. But Yassiev, I think, enhanced that movement to try desperately to gain a Wazari, to gain a Shido against his opponent, which would be the third and final one, and a hand Sokimaki disqualification. So there was a little bit of a deliberate act there for the Russian to try and penalise his opponent. But still, Basu put himself in that situation, so he's got to be very, very careful. The drop Sianagi there from the Russian. Basu tried to block it. Very dangerous to try and ride it and get off that. There's always that risk of being caught. Drop Sianagi movement there again. He loses a little bit of grip control. So close to playing the edge here, the Moroccan, and there's still a long way to go. The Russian piling the pressure on physically, that maturity, and there you have it. Basu's going to pick up the third and final Shido, I think. You just sense that obviously the Russian is tactically playing this match into the hands. And there you have it. The Russian just piled on that little bit too much extra pressure, and Basu shakes his head, but it was a right call. Basu backpedaled, played the edge, and it didn't pay off for him. He had a long way to go, 1 minute in fact, to try and hang on to what was happening. A very strong approach, an aggressive finish from the Russian. So Yashiev of Russia goes through to the next round. He'll be up against, in that semi-final match, Oshihima of Japan. Now we have a quarter-final of the under 52 kilo category now. It's the number 1 seed, Erika Miranda. World bronze medalist, world champion back in 2013, and this year was, and in this tournament last year was the gold medalist, so is very comfortable in this home event here and knows what it's like to be on the gold position of the podium. Up against Tatsukawa of Japan. The winner of this will take a place in the semi-final of the under 52s. Miranda had a bye in the first round. Tatsukawa defeated the Russian in the first round, Kristanova. So for the Brazilian, it's the first opening match for her of the day. Very difficult challenge without that warm-up match to be up against a tough opponent. Miranda dropping under with the Sodi. Didn't get the hips in through deep enough. Big Harai Goshi, but was well anticipated and countered by Miranda, throwing for Ippon. So Miranda goes into the semi-final.
Winner of that 2 in white, representing Brazil,
And Tatsukawa goes through into the repechage for the bronze medal.
Next contest on the number 2 quarterfinal, women under 52 kilo.
So now we have the other next quarter-final match of the under 52 kilos. Pereira Jessica of Brazil, again another Brazilian. And up against Kusenko of Russia in the blue. Brazil white, Russia blue, and this is a quarter-final, a place in the semi-final who'll be up against the number 1 seed, Miranda Erica of Brazil. Well, Pereira had a great first round match against Gambold of Mongolia. Kusenko defeated the Hungarian Reka Pop in her first round with a very convincing win. Kusenko now looking for the Niwaza. In fact, trying to go for the Shimiwaza. A little bit of a delayed reaction. Pettigrew, one of the coaches for the Russian team, Frenchman. Actually was one of the coaches for Great Britain for some time. And now bases himself in Russia and part of their team. Very impressive lineup of a team they have as far as the coaches are concerned. And as you can see, it's paying off with some of the performances the Russians seem to produce time after time. Kusenko showing for the front, switching to the rear for the Kosota. Overstretched herself slightly against Pereira, who was able to anticipate that move quite nicely. Pereira, as you can see, with that right hand hovering around, looking to overreach on the top and control. She comes round the back, stumbles her opponent to the ground. Scoring a Wazari now follows it through, looking to finish it in the Niwaza. She's got the legs tidied up there. She didn't really secure, but she has now corrected that movement. But Kusenko did very well to be able to maneuver herself out of trouble, but she still isn't out of the woods yet. As you can see, Miranda, those legs crossed over quite nicely with the Sangaku Jimmy. I don't know how much pressure there was on the head there, but definitely a very uncomfortable position to be in. Well, Kusenko now trailing with a Wazari. Pereira now with 1 minute and 46 seconds remaining, takes the lead. Will it be an all-Brazilian semi-final, which obviously guarantees a medal for Brazil and a place in the final, but we're still 1.5 minutes off that very match. Kusenko, as you can see there with the left hand, trying desperately to keep the pressure on the head as she entered in for the Uchimata. Lost that control, but there finds herself again in a lot of trouble. Jessica Pereira piles the pressure, and the Niwas are looking very, very comfortable down in the ground, especially with that Sangaku Jimmy, which is very effective and causes the Russians so many problems. Well, Kusenko, as you can see, is looking a little bit ruffled there. Left arm goes round the back, trying to control the right shoulder of Pereira, who hooks now in with the Ouchi, manages to rescue the Ouchigari, slips the leg out, rotates her body in a good position to follow through, and Osakomi. And as you can see, Kusenko really could not move in the Osakomi and taps up a submission from the Russian. Pereira goes into the final with Miranda. So it's an all-Brazilian semi-final in the under 52 kilos. Well, one thing we do know, it will be a Brazilian, but which one will it be in that final of the under 52s? Will it be the number 1 seed, or will it be this young lady that has performed so well today, has gave a great performance and has delighted this crowd here? Now we come to the quarterfinals of the under 66 kilo category. The number 1 seed from Japan, Fumihide Abe in white, and Iziev of Russia in the blue.
Quarterfinal on men 3, men under 60 kilo. In blue for Brazil, Erik Tagabotake. In blue for Kazakhstan, Yildiz Smetov.
Iziev there, straight on the attack, arm round the back, trying to fumble away through there past the right sleeve and defences of the Japanese.
Second round,
Abe
73 kilo, determined 1.
Battled his way into this quarter-final position against Kutsiev, and that was a real challenging match for him. Has he recovered from that battle as he works away in this quarter-final against another strong Russian opponent? Iziev picks up the first Shido as Abe controls, or tries to control at this moment. He really hasn't managed to secure the grip as yet. He's got the sleeve of the Russian, looks to attempt to draw that arm up, but now opts for coming over the top, drawing his opponent down into the ground, where the Russian will pick up his second Shido. And with 2.5 minutes to go, this is going to be not an ideal situation for the Russian. The pressure is on him now. Any other false attacks or poor judgments will cost him a place in the semi-final. It's a hard ask against the number 1 seed, the world champion. Sutemiwaza, the Tomonagi, rotation right underneath the Japanese opponent. Nice attack, got the movement he required. Sadly didn't get the score. Isiev flies over the top with the drop Cianagi from Abbey. Controls it well, manages to spin off the finishing touches of that drop. Abbey just biding his time a little bit, just waiting for the right moment to engage. He's looking for the lapel. He's got both sleeves at this moment. He wraps up the Russian. Sodi, oh, nicely entered. Lost a little bit of control there, but enough to rescue it at the end to tidy it up for Ippon. Well, it was not tidied up enough to score the opponent. It was downgraded to a Wazari. That little bit of untidy finish to the end of the Sotomakikomi has allowed the Russian to stay in play in this contest with just over a minute remaining. So it's an all or nothing situation for the Russian, and as you can see it, as you can see it, the pace has started becoming a little bit of a more aggressive from the Russian himself. Finding himself in a receiving end though than he was here as the clock ticks away nicely. This is an ideal position for Abbey to be in. Doesn't really want to mix the aggressive approach with the Russian. Quite happy to keep it a very slow, controlling pace. The Russian desperately trying to come back within the last half a minute as he tries throwing that arm over the top, a desperate ploy to try and engage, but Abbey picks up his first Shido, but it's still under half a minute and he can afford to take a Shido just to maintain that lead of the Wazari that we saw earlier on. Now the Russian is getting his arms all caught up there. He seems to be really not getting an opportunity. As the seconds tick down, Abbey goes through to the semi-final of the under 66 and Isiev goes down into the repechage. So Isiev there in the repechage now. Abbey goes in to takes the first spot of the semi-final out of Pool A. So now we have the second quarter final match in the under 66 kilo category, and this will be between white Brazil, Chibana, and Minko of Belarus in the blue. Brazil white, Belarus in the blue is the under 66 second quarter final. The winner of this match will be up against the number one seed that's just made his first place in the semi-final, and that's Abbey of Japan. Sodi Makikomi, their attempt from the Belarusian. Great start. Oh, the Brazilians have always got a nice flair within their judo. They have that sort of technical expertise along with the aggressive match that they can put up when needed. But there's a Sori scoring a Wazari. And Chibana now under a lot of pressure. Again, the Belarusian taking that sleeve grip, and that's always the danger for the Brazilian, as he's been on the receiving end of the Sotomayor-Komi. Uchimata attempt there, nicely executed. Just didn't have the final finishing touch to it, but again, a nice entry. A little bit of a wake-up call for the Belarusian, so he has to be very careful if he wants to maintain that Wazari lead. Circling motion around each other, both trying to look for the better opportunity of engaging on the grip, and as you see it, the Brazilian has that lapel sleeve and is looking for the sleeve grip. Comes in with Uchimata, stumbling on his supportive leg. Now finds himself in a very uncomfortable position in the Newaza as the Belarusian tries to tie up the upper part of the body. So for Chibana, it's a lucky escape down in the Newaza. Brazilian taking the sleeve of Minku. Comes in for the drop, Cianagi. Once more, both fumbling around in the Newaza, looking to create something down there. Chibana once more takes that sleeve. He's looking for the lapel grip. From this angle, I'm not quite sure if he's secured it, but we know he's got a wonderful Uchimata when he gets the opportunity to enter. He gets the little movement that he wants. He skips around, he drops in. Blocked quite nicely from Minku, who now rotates over, looking to create an opportunity down in the ground once more. Well, so far this has been quite an exciting quarter-final match against these two athletes, both desperate to find themselves in the semi-final. Chibana trying to make light on the feet, trying to get that skipping motion so he can come in under the centre of balance of his opponent. He works better when he's moving lightly around the mat. The Belarusian quite happy to stay very static. Comes in with the drop, Cianagi. Defended quite nicely. Now we're into the last half minute. Can Chibana come back? Well, he really has to put all in now. He's got nothing to lose as the seconds tick away nicely for the Belarusian. Chibana really, it's all or nothing. And I think there was the last opportunity that he had. And there's the Belarusian doing exactly what's expected, just the attack and no more. Doesn't really want to sacrifice himself too much, can afford the penalties, and Minku goes through into the semi-final of the under-66. Chibana will go into the repechage, and we'll see him a little bit later where he will battle away for an opportunity of a bronze medal.
Winner of match 2, in blue, representing Belarus, Dmitry Minko.
So Minko will go into the semi-final. He'll be up against Abe of Japan, and that will be a very tall-ordered, a very tough match indeed. But it'll be interesting to see how these two battle away for a place in the final a little bit later on. Now we're coming up to the quarterfinal of the under 57 kilos, and this will be against the Mongolia in the white, Dorsian, and for Japan, Tamakori. So Tamaori. Dorsian, the world champion, Masters champion, and Abu Dhabi last year took the gold medal. The number 1 seed coming into this competition, already made a very impressive start in this tournament, defeating Sanne van Hagen of the Netherlands. Had a bye in the first round. Oh, Tamaoki there looking to create something down in the ground. As you can see, the arm through there, trying desperately to get that rotation. Dorsian defended quite nicely there. Didn't look to be in any trouble whatsoever. Dorsian, strong, controlling left hand on her opponent's right lapel, totally dismissing any attack there from the Japanese opponent. Seems to have looked like she's lost a contact lens there, trying to get that back in place. Tamaoki there, now back in and raring to go. She bounces around her opponent with a circular motion, gets the first grip in there, as you can see the hand on the lapel, both opting for very similar grips. Dorsian on the edge of the contest area, has to be careful there as she skips around trying to avoid the pressure. As Judo been awarded to both athletes. Referee feels that there's very little action from both of them, even though it's been quite a tense situation between both these competitors. Dorsian accidentally getting a knock to the eye. A very common accident that happens within judo with the aggressive approach and the gripping skills. Sometimes the head gets in the way. Dorsian controlling her opponent's right sleeve. Tries to throw the right hand over the top. Been blocked by the Japanese. It now opts for lapel, but once more Tamaoki defending quite nicely there in a very structural way, so not to avoid picking up a penalty. Tamaroki starting to look the more aggressive and engaging in this contest now with just a half a minute remaining. Both got a shiro apiece, very little to divide the athletes. Dosuren, an aggressive approach in the Niwaza, tries to ruffle the feathers of the Japanese down there. Well, only seconds remaining before this match goes into golden score. Well, as we anticipated, this was going to be a very tough quarter-final match between both these athletes. Dosuren, the world champion, the number 1 seed. The expectations on delivering herself into that final was always expected, but we knew there was going to be 1 or 2 challenges, and this is one of them along the way. She drops under there, and there we have it, a lovely drop, Sienagi, nice attack. Tamaroki on the receiving end of that drop did well to rescue herself as she went over. Good awareness, anticipated it to avoid being thrown. Kosota from the Japanese follows through into the Niwaza, and we're now into the half a minute of golden score. So these young ladies battled away for 4.5 minutes now. Neither one of them even closer to getting into that semi-final place. And a very difficult one to call. The Japanese drops in for the Sienagi, totally dismissed with an aggressive approach there from Dosuren of Mongolia. Well, once again, Dosuren takes a knock to the face. Referee given an opportunity to allow her to settle down after that small knock. Nothing serious. I think more when you get a knock to the eye, it's the watering process that becomes blurred, and you really need to allow them the time to be able to focus or refocus on the contest. And the referee gave her that plenty of time to recover from that knock, but it also gave plenty of time for the Japanese to compose herself and take that opportunity to think about her next move. She overstretches there, desperately trying to get the Shiotoshi. Dosuren coming in for the drop. Sienagi once more off that lapel. I think that drop Dosuren really needs to put 1 or 2 attacks, playing a bit too long of a waiting game. Tamaroki looked busy. Again, another drop from Dorsien. Very strong movement. Now, Tamaroki really now has to put 1 strong attack in here after she's corrected. Contact lens once more. Well, she picks up her second Judo, And we know one more would result in the hand sokimaki. So now for Tamaroki, she really has to start putting 1 or 2 attacks in herself. There's been a few drop sienagis from Dorsian. She's anticipated them well, just riding over the top of them, but now needs to have 1 or 2 attacks herself that's going to be strong enough to pacify the referee out there. As she follows through from that slightly poorer judgment of the drop sienagi, the Japanese now looking for an opportunity on the ground. Tamaroki straight on the attack, throws the arm in and the leg at the same time. A little bit out of control, needs to tidy up slightly. A bit more of an aggressive approach in this contest now from the Japanese. As you can see, trying to ruffle up her opponent in the ground. Dosoren again on the receiving end of an attack. Some extra pressure being piled on the Mongolian, and you sort of sense that the Japanese is trying to even up the Shidos just to alleviate a little bit of pressure here for herself. Dorsian, as you can see, with the left hand on the lapel, nice controlling grip, needs to do something with it. Tamaroki once more engaging in the personal space of Dorsian as she backpedals out to widen the gap between her and her opponent. Dorsian uses her feet to break up. And there you have it. It wasn't a convincing move. Dorsian picks up her second Shido. Now for either one of these athletes, one more would result in the hand sokimaki and a disqualification. Well, Dorsian, they've taken that second Shido off. Tamaroki coming in with the Ochi Uchimata combination. Nice strong attack. Dosoren just hopping back out of the contest area to avoid the engagement. Circling motion on the edge of the contest area as Tamaroki nicely turns in. Lovely execution there. Spins right through her opponent for what looked to be a forward attack to switching it to a rear throw. So there you have it. Tamaroki goes through to the semi-final, knocking out the #1 seed of the competition, Dorsian, which you'll see a little bit later on in the reportage.
Next quarterfinal on men 2, women under 57 kilos.
Now we'll stick with this match, and it's the second quarter-final of the under 57s. Monteiro, very experienced fighter from Portugal, who is the #4 seed in this competition. And she's up against Metskirtskaya of Russia in the blue. Well, Monteiro picks up the first Shido within the first 30 seconds of this quarterfinal position.
category was the one that we were talking about, having a lot of people to look at.
Yes.
And Dordtsorin just went tumbling, didn't she?
Yes. The number 1 seed went out. It was a very good match. Definitely a battle and a half.
And who was the Russian? There was another Russian there. The third one, not Mezhetskaya, not Konkina, and not Zhigaros. There was a third one who's managed to go through as well. It was a bit of a surprise. Konkina is in Pool C. Mezhetskaya is in Pool 2. That's the one that Pool B, that's the one we're watching now. In the top half of the draw. Oh, it was Golomidova. She went out. She lost to the Japanese Tamaoki, who just defeated Dordtsorin Sumiya. And it will be the winner of this contest to face Tamaoki in the first of the semi-finals. It was the 63s that I was thinking up. Iana Polyakova, who beat Vivian Herman. She's going to face Edwidja Gwend of Italy. That's in a few contests time down on map number 1, but we're okay for the time being here with Montero and Mezhetskaya.
Well, there's a battle between both these ladies, which we expect. One more experienced than the other, but a Judo apiece with 1 minute and 48 seconds remaining in the contest. Mezhetskaya looking very strong out there. She's a very compact looking athlete, very serious faced out there as well, showing very little emotion there as she overrides there as the drop Sienagi from Montero.
Second round, women under 63 kilos, tatami 1.
Now the Russian picks up her second Judo now. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining, putting slightly more pressure on herself. Sutemi was her attempt then from Montero, who draws her opponent down into the Niwaza and into the last final minute of this contest. Montero very strong, high collar grip, ruffling her opponent up a little bit there. Taking the slow walk round back to the start position.
It's not the first time that we've seen Montero get physical, is it? We saw her in a bit of a punch up this morning.
She has that real maturity and experience in her contests, and she knows how to step it up and slow it down and ruffle it up a little bit when she needs to, and that shows the experience that she has. Tara looking to get that lapel grip. Mezhetskaya there ruffling up, using her as she was as well, breaking the balance of Montero. With 5 seconds remaining, this will be going into golden score. Drop Sienagi. Just didn't get that final finishing touch to it.
Golden score on mat 2.
Matera trying to get the hips through. That's a bit of a punch up now that's happening out here. Very aggressive approach in this golden score. Battling away to secure the right grip for them. Oh, the Ashi Wazas once more. And again, it works off the upper body control. Swept the feet from under the Russian to take herself into the semi-final of the under 57s.
Representing Portugal, title will be in the semi-final with women under 57 kilos.
And in that semi-final, she will face Tamao Kimomo of Japan. Right. Abdullah Abdul-Jalilov of Russia has just defeated Adrian Gombots of Slovenia down on mat number 3. We've got a repechage contest on mat number 2 beginning shortly. So we're going to go down to mat number 3. Let's take a look at the quarterfinal in the under 57 kilo category between Lian Chenling of Chinese Taipei. She faces Anastasia Konkina of Russia. It's Lian in the white judogi, Konkina in blue. Nice Uchimata from Lian, bringing Konkina down onto her side. Konkina in some degree of discomfort, just holding her right side. Could be she landed on the belt. That just upset her a bit, could be. She's not very comfortable. Konkina, that landing upset her. And here's where Lian is most at home, working on the ground. Spoke with her training partner this morning. You can see that Konkina is constantly going to that right side where she feels some degree of discomfort for whatever reason. I was talking to Lian's training partner this morning, Ishikawa Megumi from Japan, and Lian is at the same company as Ishikawa, so she's got one of the finest ever exponents of newaza as a training partner. Now it's Konkina's turn to threaten with the Uchimata. Then she comes right-sided. The Uchimata was left and then right-sided for maybe the Sode type effort. Now Lien picks up a penalty. She's guarding the collar again, Lien. It's a amateurish penalty to give up. To give it up twice. Quick look at the clock. Still over a minute left to go. Got the sleeve trapped here. Wants to try and free that arm up and put in an attack.
Goal score on match 1.
Yeah, there you go. Second penalty picked up by Lien for the same thing. Just guarding that collar of hers, her own lapel. Nope, that's gone now. So a single score from Lien Chenling takes her into the semi-final. She'll face the winner of the upcoming contest between Karakash Hedvig of Hungary and Loredana Ohai of Romania. It'll be Karakash in the white judogi, Ohai in blue.
Goal score on match 2. Winner of match 3, white for Chinese Taipei, Lien Chenling. Lien Chenling will be in the semi-final for the women under 57 kg. Next quarter-final on match 3, women under 57 kg. In white for Hungary, Karakash Hedvig.
Yeah, we can stay and watch Karakash and Ohai. When the semi-final comes up on mat 2, we'll move there. There's another semi-final scheduled shortly for mat 3, but we've got a while before we get underway with that. Big Uchimata effort there from Karakash. Immediately after that, Ohai picked up the penalty for passivity.
In white, representing Argentina, Rio Olympic champion, in blue, representing
Well, if you want to continue watching this quarter-final between Karakash and Ohai, just click on 3. Click on mat 3 and you'll be able to get that. We're going to go to mat number 2 to pick up the action in the semi-final between Paula Pareto of Argentina. She faces Katharina Mentz of Germany. It's Pareto in the white judogi, Mentz in blue. There's no score as yet, and we've got a little over 3.5 minutes left to go. The second penalty now picked up by Mentz. So much time left on the clock that you can't see this one going the distance. Well, third penalty being picked up there by Katharina Mentz. That's unfortunate because it gifts the contest to Paula Pareto. We'll see Mentz again in the bronze medal contest, but it will be Pareto in the final. Right, there's a repechage contest between Beslan Mudranov and Issam Basu of Morocco about to take place on mat 2. But we're going to go down to mat number 1. And we're going to pick up the action in the under 63 kilo category. This is a quarter-final. Sorry, this is for a place in the quarter-final. A second round match. This is for a place in the quarter-final. Baldorj Munchinkimeg of Mongolia faces Nouchi Ami of Japan. It's Baldorj in the white judogi, Nouchi in blue. Good pressure there from Baldorj. Still got quite a bit of judo to come. Round 2 of the under 63 kilo category. We're going to race through that now. Nice little piece of ashiwaza there from Nouchi. It doesn't quite warrant coming up with a score, but Baldorge now picks up a second penalty, so she's at a real disadvantage here with a little over 2 minutes left to go. Oh, and that was just absolutely fantastic. One of the best techniques of the day. Massive osodogari from Nouchi, just burying Baldorge. So, Nouchi into the quarter-final. Right, we're going to see the upcoming contest between Ekaterina Valkova of Russia. She faces Stefania Dobre of Romania. Valkova in the white judogi, Dobre in blue. These are second round contests in the under 63 kilo category, so you'll appreciate that there are other weight categories that's slightly more advanced than this, and if we get an opportunity to show you a quarter-final or a semi-final, then we will. Chance for the Koshi Guruma there from Dobro, but she doesn't launch an attack. Well, not before Valkova attempts her own Sutemiwaza anyway, from which there's no score. Well, Dobra couldn't fight. Sorry, it was Valkova who couldn't fight off that attack from Dobra. She's given up the Wazari now. She trails by Wazari with 2.5 minutes left to go. Yeah, well, that was a nice comeback. Tomoenagi from Valkova. She's on the board with Wazari. Mudranov has won his contest in the repechage on mat 2. Well, if you want to continue watching Ekaterina Valkova and Stefania Dobra, just click on 1, but we're going to go to mat 2. There's a semi-final there between Oshima Yuma of Japan. He's about to get underway in his contest against Islam Yashuev of Russia. It's Oshima in the white judogi, Yashuev in blue. Yashuev has had a great day so far, albeit that he's only had to fight on 2 occasions, but the opening contest was against the number 1 seed Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia, and then the second contest was against the current Olympic champion Beslan Mudranov of Russia. Nice Uchimata effort right-sided from Yashuev, and he comes up with a score. And our second score. Well, would you credit it? 2 scores there from Islam Yashuev as he consigns Oshima to the bronze medal contest. There'll be no final for Oshima Yuma. Nice turnover. Yep, turns him onto his side. Islam Yashuev of Russia makes his way into the final. Well, let's look around and see what we've got for you. We can go down to mat number 1, because on mat number 1, Martina Traidos of Germany faces Valentina Kostenko of Russia. It's Traidos in the white judogi, Kostenko in blue. There is no score as yet. Nice work on the ground there from Traidos, nice and strong. Just a little bit of hands on the face there from Kostenko, but Traidos is strong enough to fight that off. Let's go down to mat number 3 then, now that Traidos has sorted this one out. It's the semi-final in the under 48 kilo category, the second of the semi-finals. Pareto having won the first. Endo Hiromi of Japan faces Monica Ungaranu of Romania. It's Endo in the white judogi, Ungaranu in blue.
Next contest on 1. Second round with women under 63 kilo. In white judogi representing Poland, Agata Kostova. In blue judogi representing France, Claude Ivan. winner represented in white, Japan, Sakawa Rina.
This is good work on the ground here from Endo. She was under a little bit of pressure just on the edge of the mat there with the grip from Ungaranu, but came up with an attack, not only to break up the grip, but leave her in a position where she could attack on the ground. But I'm not sure whether she's going to get that much longer here. Yeah. Has to turn this into the Osai Komi now. Yes, she does. And that is that. Ungaranu's not coming out from that one. There's Kuziri Yoko Shiogatami from Endo Hiromi to win this one. So the final of the under 48 kilo category will be Endo Hiromi of Japan to face Paula Pareto of Argentina. Let's go to mat number 2 to take a look and see what's happening in the semi-final between Erica Miranda of Brazil and teammate Jessica Pereira. It's Miranda in the white judogi, Pereira in blue. Two penalties picked up by Miranda, just one from Jessica Pereira. And there's still half the contest still to come. Pereira will know all about Miranda, so no surprises in store for her. She'll know exactly what she's got to do, especially when it comes to Miranda's tactics. Well, she may be blocking some things from Miranda, but she's paid a price now. She's picked up 2 penalties as Pereira. Got to go now when the hands are on one side. Pereira gripped up momentarily and then changed it back to a more orthodox grip. Yeah, couldn't keep her off. Big left-sided Haragoshi from Erica Miranda. Takes that one.
Winner of the 2 white for Brazil, Erika Miranda. Ekaterinburg will be in the final for the women under 52 kilo. Jessica Pereira will fight for bronze medal. The next contest are men 2 repechage, men under 66 kilo.
Right, who have we got coming up next then? It's Isaev of Russia faces Charles Chabana of Brazil in a repechage contest. We have got some other action taking place, a round 2 contest down on mat number 1. We should really go down there to have a look at that in case there's another semi-final. So let's go down to mat number 1. Chloe Yvain of France is up against Agata Ozdobabwach of Poland. There's no score as yet in this contest. We're into the golden score period. Ozdobabwach has picked up a single Shido, but there must have been a score there as well of Wazari. Yeah. That didn't come up on that board. Okay, not to worry. We're down here in time to pick up the next contest. This time it's in the under 73 kilo category. The number 1 seed Jansei Smagulov of Kazakhstan faces Sendoche Sogbata of Mongolia. It's Smagulov in the white judogi, Sendoche in blue. First of the semi-finals in the under 73 kilo category.
Winner of men's 3 in blue for Russia. Russia. Semi-final men under 60 kilo at the men's 3. In one judo game for Kazakhstan, Rio Olympic silver medalist and world champion Yevgeny Smetlov. In blue, representing France, former European champion Valery.
We may have to come back to Jansei Smagulov and Sendoche because there is a semi-final beginning on mat number 3. So we're going to go down to mat number 3 to see the contest between Yeldos Smetov of Kazakhstan in the white judogi and Walid Kaya of France in blue. There's no score as yet. There's 3 minutes and 20 odd seconds left to go. Remember, you can choose whichever mat you want to watch. If you want to watch mat number 1, just click on 1, mat number 2, click on 2, mat number 3, click on 3, or you can click on the commentated channel and you'll come with us.
In white judo game for Japan, the current world champion Abe Ifumi, and in blue judo game for Belarus, Dmitry Mitkov.
Walid Kaya picked up the penalty there. And they've had to cancel that one. Still no scorers yet. Inside the last 2 minutes, Smetov and Kaya. On the adjoining mat, Abe Hihumi of Japan and Dmitry Minkov of Belgium. Oh, sorry, of Belarus. Sorry about that. And then down on mat number 1, Smagolov of Kazakhstan and Sendoche of Mongolia. Minute to go, right-sided low Toshi effort from Smetov, and it brings Kaya down onto his side, for which they give a score. So Smetov leads by Wazari. He wants to take a second score, but he'll have to wait for the referee to give it. And he does give it this time, a second score by Smetov. Very well done. So, Yildiz Smetov it is who wins out. Abe, by the way, has won his contest, his semi-final against Dmitry Minkov of Belarus. He's into the final of the under 66 kilo category. Quick look to see who we've got coming up that is of interest. We've got a quarter-final. Yeah, quarter-final contest on mat number 1. Let's go down to mat number 1 to take a look at Alexandru Raicu of Romania. He's up against Victor Svortov of the United Arab Emirates. It's Raicu in the white judogi, Svortov in blue.
Next contest women under 57 kilos.
Big battle for grips here between Raicu and Svortov. No one really coming up with anything yet. It's early days though yet, Loretta. Minute and a half to go.
Well, there's been some battles along the way in these semi-finals, so it'd be interesting to see how this one pans out. Well, it was a real surprise in the under 60 kilos to see Oshihima being defeated, and now has to battle his way in the repechage for a bronze medal in the bronze medal final. Well, just with 1 minute remaining in this contest. No scores, but there also isn't any. That was just spoke too soon. Was that Ano Ichigari? Couldn't see the referee whether it was a mate situation as he entered in the Ouchigari. No Ichigari, very, very close indeed. Reiku doing extremely well to defend off that attack, but picks up the first Shido. Reiku trying to get him round the back of his opponent. As you can see, that right hand just moving closer to the centre of the back, as well as trying to take his opponent's sleeve.
We're just a single Shido during normal time, so we're going to need a period of golden score to sort this one out.
The number 2 winner in white for Mongolia, Dorsunen Suya.
Reiku coming in with the Uchimata.
The current world champion, Dorsunen Suya, qualifies for the bronze medal contest for the women under 57 kg. The dynamic 2, the last contest in the preliminaries, is semi-final, women under 57 kg.
Skovatov there using his feet, Koichigari stumbling his opponent down into the Niwaza.
In white for Japan, Tamaoki Momo. In blue for Portugal, Rio Olympic bronze medalist Helma Monteiro.
Well, this is a quarter-final match here on mat number 1. Alexander Reiku and Viktor Svortov. They're into golden score. There is no score as yet. Single Shido picked up by Reiku, single penalty. But we're going to go to mat number 2 because there's a semi-final in the under 57 kilo category about to get underway. Tamaoki Momo of Japan faces Telma Monteiro of Portugal. It's Tamaoki in the white judogi, Monteiro in blue. And we've seen both these fighters, Tamaoki and Monteiro, quite a bit this morning.
Yes, we've been following their progress throughout the day, and Tamaoki has been very impressive indeed. Defeated the number 1 seed in the quarter-finals. The experienced Monteiro has battled her way through into the semi-final. And very much the experience that's carried her through to this position right now. She drops in with the Sianagi. What has been very effective for her throughout the day is the Ashiwazas, scoring in both matches with the Ashibare. We're both picking up a Shido apiece with 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Tamaoki trying to advance on to the Portuguese. Again, using her feet. This time, Montero on the receiving end of the Ashiwaza. She overstretches herself for the Osotogari, but there walks on to an opportunity there from the Japanese.
The Determining 3, the next contest is the semi-final, women under 52 kilo.
Well, Tamaoki still plenty of life left in those legs as she bounces around there. Sianagi attempt there from Montero. Nicely executed, finds herself in the Niwaza. Almost on the receiving end of the Shimiwaza.
Montero's belly aching about the Shimiwaza being across the face. Has that ever happened to you?
Oh, plenty of times.
Right, and her opponent belly ached about getting excessive Ashiwaza. Has that ever happened to you?
Yes.
That's the nature of the game. That's what happens, you know. And she's able to dish it out, which we've seen in a few contests. But when she gets some of her own, she's pretty quick to bellyache about it.
You find that there's emotions that are starting to come out of these athletes, and their complaints is under pressure. There is the real telltale sign of an athlete feeling that they're being really challenged out here, and most probably the fear factor that's coming in. And these emotions seem to be highlighted more and more as those minutes go by.
You know, if you won to play rough, okay, it's a rough sport, it's a contact sport, but when it's your turn to take it, you've got to just sit back and say, hey.
Totally agree with that. Definitely, it's a fighting sport, and you expect the knocks, the bumps, and the challenges all the way through a competition. And but like I said, these are the signs that they don't realise they're handing out. It's their body language, and it's these moments that they either look at their coaches looking for help, or they look to the referee to try and get that support and that sort of little bit of a sympathy vote. And it just won't happen. All they're doing is making themselves look very vulnerable and out of control.
And Tamaoki was immediately there, really clever. Just, hey, that
wasn't me.
Yeah, that never got anywhere near me.
Yes.
And picked up the penalty. And now, Gostinny Balash, the referee, having a look. What are we looking at? There's some mark or other on Tamaoki's face. He's had a look. He said, okay, nothing there. There's something on Montero. You have to go and tidy up, because they've been in contact with each other.
Yeah.
It is
It's
rough.
been very challenging, this match. There's no doubt about it. Very aggressive approach to the contest, and but these are the sort of moments that you look that'll divide an athlete, and it will actually give the percentage an athlete needs or loses because of the way that they present themselves out in the contest area. And those are the points that you look at. And referees are not daft. They've seen it so many times. And as a former athlete myself, if I saw my opponent complaining or looking to their own coach, I would be going, percentage point for me.
Yeah.
That's me. I know that I'm doing well because I've upset them. And they've got to be careful. Like Montero once more looks to her sleeve. She was on the receiving end, and she's under pressure. And this pressure is starting to show and flare up in a different way than just being on the receiving end of an attack. Again, once more, she gets dropped upon. And the Japanese is starting to build up in confidence just because of the body language her opponent is starting to share with her.
In white for Mongolia, Untitled.
That's harsh. The foot was in there for an Ashy was her attempt.
I thought that was pretty harsh there.
Yeah, she made contact with her, and Montero was stepping off.
Well,
yeah,
they've
and
taken
they
it,
waved
yes.
it away. Thanks, Loretta.
They've taken it
I tell you
off.
what, we're on form today. Every goal.
I would say we should be a referee, but I don't think we're good enough.
No,
I don't think I'd like the pressure, to be honest.
been pretty good today.
It's tough. It's very tough. The referees, we've got some good referees out there.
Yeah, and he's one of the best.
He's definitely. And there's only so many angles that they can actually see from. So the care system that's in place for them makes sure that they get it spot on.
Well, Montero with that one score on the board.
No, it was. She had to work for that spot in the final, and hopefully she'll be a lot more upbeat and positive about her approach in that semi-final, because she was starting to show some signs of pressure and really vulnerable situations.
I've got a good idea who would give her a good contest from that second semi-final, but we're going to go to, well, wherever our chief sends us, Nagami and Karapetian. Why not? He knows. Nogami Rentaro of Japan first faces Ferdinand Karapetian of Armenia. It's Nogami in the white judogi, Karapetian in blue. It's no score as yet. A penalty apiece, and we've got a little over 2 minutes left to go.
Nogami picking up a Shido there. That's the second one with just over 2 minutes remaining. Karapetian from Armenia. Oh, was caught just there. Did very well to rescue that with the Kosota. Nogami threw that leg over the back there. Just off the exchange of grips. Circling motion from the Japanese around his opponent, trying to come in on a different angle rather than the direct approach. Karapetian throwing the Uchimata in. He's got a strong grip round the back. That right hand, as you can see, deep over onto the shoulder, controlling quite nicely as he enters the second time for the Uchimata. Two very strong attacks from Karapetian. Now looks to be, defended there, and the leg went across. Nogami had the lift, he just didn't have the finish on it. Not sure whether they gave that a score at this. Well, there you have it as a Wazari given. He definitely had the lift on that technique. Wasn't sure how the landing was from this. Again, the Kosota straight off from that left hand coming over the top. Well, now it's come underneath. So he's got the options there of going round the back, which we've seen a couple of times. Or does Nogami come through with the hips? And there he has the hips come in. Just didn't have the power with the arm round the back. He overstretched himself. Nogami again with the arm round the back and leaves his options there. This time I think with the switch where he'll show the hip and go round them. Oh yes! And he walks onto that. And Wazari called. The height was going for Ippon. But Nogami did very well to rescue that. And I say rescue because he was going over for 10. Well, there's been some big throws here. Very open judo indeed. Making it so exciting out here for this quarterfinal and a place in the final. The Koichi overstretched by the Armenian. Well, we're now into golden score, and already it's been 4 minutes of pure excitement out here. both capable of throwing big. Karapetian throwing that right arm over, trapping his opponent's left side, but the left arm underneath, which is the danger. He's got the switch, he's got the Kosota, he's also got the hip throw. Karapetian over the top again once more. The Kosota, he stumbles his opponent down, gets the Wazari. Now it's a Wazari Aseti upon. Or do they give it? Well, from that angle it looked like a Wazari. The score hasn't gone on the board as yet.
It will need a replay to see if Nagami was attacking with... Yeah.
Well, he's got the score. A Wazari Aseti upon, which takes Karapetian through into the semi-final.
Repechage, women under 57 kilo, tatami 3.
Yeah, it's the Kosota Gaki from Karapetian that brings Nagami down. Nagami fancies his chances of coming up with a counter, but he's only doing that on his way down, and he lands on his side as he's giving that up, so that wasn't going to work out. Right, coming up next, the next quarter-final in the under 73 kilo category, Fabio Basile of Italy faces Uali Kershev of Russia. It's Basile in the white judogi, Kershev in blue. So Basile getting there. He's in the quarter-final already. His prediction this morning that he'd see us in the final may very well turn out to be true. He's still got some way to go, but he's in the quarter-final.
Well, Sutemi Waza there from Basile. A very confident athlete out there, Olympic champion. I think an Olympic champion, one of the few Olympic champions that knew he was going to be Olympic champion even before he qualified. Very charismatic athlete, isn't he? Full of life. Got to be a special type of coach to be able to control this young man, I think. Manage him well. Picks up the first Judo though here in this quarter-final. Tries to draw his opponent into him, gets the required grip. Kusiev just chasing at the moment. Basile hooking in for the Ochigari off the Ashiwaza attack earlier. Sutemi was her attempt there from the Russian. Totally dismissed from the Italian. You have to give respect when respect's due. This Italian Olympic champion in real good condition out there. Kutsiev once more chasing Basili. He's quite happy to just keep backpedaling and waiting for an opportunity, an opening to attack. But the Russian, good strong high collar grip there, controlling the Italian, who attempts a Sutemi-waza there, just really a ploy to get out of a little bit of a difficult situation, which you'll be picked up on. And there you have it. The second Shido goes to Basili. Now, Basili coming in with the drop, Sianagi. Taitoshi, and oh, there you have it, Wazari. Stepped across just from the Russian, advancing with a pure frustration onto Basili. And he set it up very nicely to overstretch himself across for that very low Taitoshi to score him the Wazari. Now with 1 minute remaining, he has got 2 Shidos, so he cannot afford to take his foot off the gas. He really still needs to be engaged and very precise in his attacks. And a lovely Ouchigari he showed for the Taitoshi, hooked him for the Ouchigari. A great combination. And a sort of a very frustrating but now positive moment for Basili. Well, Basili goes into the semi-final of the under 73 kilos with 2 Wazaris, one from the Taitoshi, the second with the Ouchigari.
Oh, goodness me.
And I think he'll be up later on saying, I'll see you in the final.
What did you think when he came up here this morning and said, yeah, I'll see you in the final and everything? What did you think, honestly?
Do you know what? I loved him. I loved his confidence. And he's every bit an Olympic champion, isn't he?
But
every bit of an Olympic champion.
I thought exactly the same thing this morning that I thought when he told me about Rio. I said, you're a nice boy, you're enjoying yourself, you're a young lad, why not? Just live the dream, mate, good luck, enjoy yourself. And then there he was on the Olympic podium as number 1 saying, I told you so. I told you so. And he's going to be up here later on saying, I told you so. And I'm going to, what?
I just love it. But you know what? For me, for athletes, when you watch them out there, they say that it's something like about 80% of their ability can be lost through nerves and the self-doubt. That's a high percentage. If you don't believe in yourself, you don't believe you're capable of doing, you don't even get started. Now, this is someone that has less, well, as far as technical presence and that experience under his belt, there's far better, far stronger athletes in this field today. But I think he's the number one he's obviously a number 1 in the world as far as someone who believes in himself. I've never come across a man or a person who has so much confidence. It's just completely oozing out of him. And that, before he even steps on the mat, is quite worrying for any opponent to know that this man thinks he can beat me, even though I know technically I'm most probably better than him. But that self-belief is so powerful for this man.
Well, before today, his record after the Olympics, he went to the Grand Slam in Tokyo, first round knockout. He went to the World Championships in Budapest. Second fight, he lost his second fight, or call it a third round knockout because he had a bye. He went to the Grand Slam in Abu Dhabi, quarterfinal knockout. He won the repechage contest. He lost the bronze medal contest. So coming into this competition, and the Paris Grand Slam, first round knockout, right? In other words, he'd won, having won the Olympic Games, the gold medal in the Olympic Games, he had won 0 medals after that, up until here. This was a year and a half later. he looks as though he's just stepped off the mat from Rio.
Yes.
The confidence is brimming. He's laughing. He's moving well, and he's a loser. You know, as far as the paper is concerned. On paper, the guy hasn't won anything in a year and a half. That hasn't troubled him a bit.
And I bet if you spoke to him, the times that he's lost, he's got a really good excuse. He never got beat. I'll bet you, I will bet my life on it, that the man has never been beaten since the Olympic Games. He just, poor preparation, he had the cold, he has an injury. This is just a preparation, a phasing of my competitions and that. It's not the one I'm looking for. So he will never get beat. There has been reasons for his defeat, but not because he wasn't good enough.
Well, he's 3 for 3 today. Sorry, 3 fights, 3 wins. Loretta, go on.
So it'll be interesting to see what he has to say. I hope he wins. I really do, because I would love to know how he's feeling and how he was coming into this competition. What was the main objective to this tournament here today? And obviously we've got the European Championships coming up, the Continental. So obviously that's one of the milestone events for him to achieve and get a medal and to win it. And then the World Championships. So they've got everything else is preparation phase. It'd be interesting to see what this gentleman has to say. If he gets beat, I'd like to know what he says and how he got beat. And I bet you he made a mistake. Not that he was not good enough. He made a mistake or he got injured. Badarova here, as you can see, with 2 Shidos against Vicentio. Really giving her a battle, but it looks like the third and final Shido will be awarded. And there you have it. Badarova goes out in the quarterfinal. Vicentio now goes into the semi-final of the under 63 kilos.
Vicentio will be in the semi-final for the women under 63 kilos.
We've got a quarter-final coming up next between Jules Franzen in the under 63 kilo category and Edwige Gwend of Italy. It's Franzen in the white judogi, Gwend in blue.
For the Netherlands, Jules Franzen. In blue for Italy, Edwige Gwend.
Well, Gwend is one of my favourite athletes. I say every time she comes out, there's a lot of excitement in her judo. She's very skillful, quite a gutsy performer. Gold medal in Abu Dhabi last year, along with a silver in Tbilisi and in Hoyhut, a bronze medal. She's very familiar picking up medals at this level of events. Both of them pick up a Shido apiece. Franzen in the Masters, a bronze medal and gold in The Hague, along with a gold medal in Abu Dhabi. So when it comes to results, the Dutch girl has the edge on her Italian opponent, and now has the controlling factor here in the Niwazu, as you can see. The winner of this match will go on to compete against Vicentio of France. Gwen now trying to rotate her opponent over. She's coming over, putting a lot of pressure on Francine in the Niwaza, as you can see, trying to get that rotation. It's starting to go. It's a bit of a stalemate there, and the referee decides to call a halt to it, bringing both athletes back up to their feet. Francine slightly taller than her opponent. Hooks in with the Ouchigari. Gwen defending there and picks up a Shido for that defensive action, and that means that she's got 2, which changes the dynamics of this contest quite considerably. Gwen can't afford to make any further mistakes now. Ouchigari there, very close indeed. Needed to rotate the head a little bit further round towards the chest. Kept herself too much onto the side and driving off the inner side of the leg rather than to the stronger part.
They fought twice before, Francine and Gwen, and Francine has won on both occasions. Just gives you that feeling of confidence, doesn't she?
Definitely. And I think where the winning factor for Francine is that she is slightly taller than her opponent, which makes her look overpowering and makes her look much more stronger in a position, in her posture. And Gwen looks like she's on the receiving end and battling away just to get past the strong defences of this Dutch girl.
White for Kazakhstan, Jasai Smagulov. In blue for Romania, Alexander Wright.
As you can see, Gwen desperately trying to get a controlling grip. Hard to get past the strong defences of Francine. She drops underneath, continues to rotate, really doesn't make much of an impact on her opponent. John Paul Bell, as you can see there in the far left corner, the coach for the Dutch team, was a former British internationalist and a former British coach, now is working in the Netherlands. Well, we're now into golden score, Gwen with the 2 Shidos and Frances in with 1. No score as yet. Good strong attacks from Gwen. She drops in there with the Sianagi upper body control with the Ouchigari leg finish. Now, I said before, Gwen cannot afford to make any silly errors here. Her attacks have got to be very strong and positive. Francine stepping across with those long legs for the Tayatoshi, stumbling her opponent down onto the ground as she now tries to follow it through in the Niwaza. The Sangaku turnover, legs a little bit untidy, but wraps up that arm and rotates her opponent onto her back. And there you have it. Francine securing the Yosakomi. And another defeat for Gwen against this Dutch opponent.
So it'll be Jules Francine to face Maëlle de Cintio of France in the first of the semi-finals. Edwige Gwen goes into the repechage.
For the women under 63 kilo. Next contest.
Right, we've got the next of the quarterfinals in the under 63 kilo category coming up next. Nouchi Aimi of Japan faces Stefania Dobra of Romania. It's Nouchi in the white judogi, Dobra in blue.
Well, Dobre, as you can see, quite a tall young lady for this weight category, overshadowing her opponent, Nouchi. Very strong looking figure. Nouchi taking the lapel grip on the receiving end of that left hand that goes over deep onto the back of Nouchi. Nouchi stretching across to take the lapel grip with the left side. And the first judo been awarded to Nouchi. Overstretches again, cross grip, that left hand comes high onto the collar to try and draw her opponent's head just slightly lower to her own height level, eye level there. Well, Dobre, although she has the height, she's not using that to her advantage. Those long legs are being very restricted. Bent over posture that she has plays into the hands of the Japanese, who wants that head down so she can reach. And Dobra's just given it to her. She can see the right hand now from the Romanian comes in, takes the lapel. She turns left.
Winner on mat 3 in white, representing Kazakhstan, Jasai Ismagulov. Jasai Ismagulov qualifies for the bronze medal contest for men under 73 kilo.
And Dobre, those long legs attacking, piling the pressure on the Japanese. Unsettling Nouchi. Nouchi slows it down, oh so Tagari for Ippon. Beautifully executed and a fantastic finish there. Putting her into the semi-final of the under 63 kilos.
Winner on Tatami 1 in white, representing Japan, Nouchi Aimi. She will be in the semi-final for the women under 63 kilo.
Now in that semi-final, she's going to face the winner of the upcoming contest between Martina Trajdos of Germany. She faces Agata Ozdobabwach of Poland. It's Trajdos in the white judogi, Ozdobab in blue.
In white judogi, representing Germany, Martina Trajdos. In blue judogi, representing Poland, Agata Ozdobabwach.
Well, a real battle to try and control the grip here. Trajdos throws that left hand onto the shoulder there, drawing her opponent's head down. Leading with that left leg as she attacks the feet, trying to get a reaction from her opponent with the Kosota Kouchigari combination there. Kosota once more, knocking the feet, distracting her opponent. So Dobra reacting every time to the Ashiwaza. Kochi, Ippon Sianagi moved, but the Kochi was lingering around there. A nice combination from Zobra. Trados shows that left elbow, throws the right to take the lapel. The left hand then comes over and secondary round the back, drawing her opponent. But she's overstretched herself there. Well, the Polish putting herself in a very vulnerable situation there on the edge of the contest area. A little bit of unnecessary pressure, having to attack to get out of trouble. Trados once more showing that elbow to the left side, throws the right onto the lapel, followed by the left coming over the top.
Yeah, she can sometimes be very extreme with that kind of defence, and it's almost up,
Yeah.
guarding there.
Well, I think what it is, she's left-handed. She loves the left hand being over the top. But if you're, as an athlete, if you go direct with the left, what happens is that they take the sleeve and drop it down, which means that you're left without your controlling grip. So what she's doing is she's showing the right for them to maybe look to take in that right sleeve. So while they're concentrating on the right, then it gives her the opportunity to throw her left without it being captured. So it's a bit of a ritual that she's got going on here. It's a little bit of a habit, and it's a combination so that she's not getting the left hand taken. It's like saying, I'm right-handed, but in fact she's left.
Semi-final, men under 73 kilo, category 3.
Trados, as you can see, is the left hand again, round the back, controlling the shoulder. Koichigari, nicely controlled, scores a Wazari with half a minute remaining. No, she didn't get the Wazari. I thought at that angle it was, but no, there was no score given. Trados once more throws the left hand around the back. This time Zadoba coming in with the Uchimata. Some strong attacks there coming from Polish, but the German backed down into the Niwaza on the attack as she looked for the Shimiwaza. So we're now into the golden score. One Shido divides these athletes. Ozdoba has the controlling grip, but Trados, as you can see, that left hand comes high over the back, drawing her opponent's head. Kosota stumbling her opponent down into the Niwaza, and once more trying to follow it up with something. Polish coming over the top, left herself very weak and vulnerable to the rear as Trados counters the attack. Didn't manage to get a grip, but a real threatening action against a Polish contender. Once more, Trados showing that left shoulder, takes the right lapel, right hand on the lapel, throws the left. A nice combination of kumikata movements. Seems very effective and gets what she needs. The Osotogari overstretched herself slightly. Zadoba really needs to start putting a little bit more attacks in. Kochigari, but without the upper body control. Trados throwing the left hand once more, controlling her opponent's right shoulder. Drawing the weight onto that right leg as she'll attack with the Kosota. Well, there was the mistake that Trados made. She overstretched. She became so predictable. The left hand controlling the right shoulder. She showed too many times the Kosota. As she overstretched for the Kosota, left herself very vulnerable for the counter. And the major build-up that Trados was giving us all the way through that contest ended up being very flat indeed, and a win. So Ozdova goes through to the semi-final of the under-63s, and she'll be against Nouchi in that semi-final.
We can go down to mat number 3, I think. Is it? They've got that down there, yeah. Sendo chair, Sogbatar has just won, but we're going to get another look at Fabio Basile because he's up against Ferdinand Karapetyan of Armenia. Fabio Basile of Italy is in the blue judogi. It's Karapetyan who is in white. Semi-final in the under 73 kilo category.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting match indeed. Karapetyan's last match was very exciting indeed. A very interesting athlete. Defeated Nogami in the quarterfinals from Japan. Basile defending the drop Sianagi there, trying to look a little bit busy down there in the Niwas. I don't think he really had a clue what he was going to attempt there against the strong Armenian. Karapetyan throwing the arm over, trying to trap his opponent's left side. He gets the right hand on the lapel, hooks him with the Uchimata. A very aggressive approach to the Uchimata. Powerful entry there. Basile hopping over. Has to be very careful on how laid back he is in this contest. Drops Sianagi. Nice and deep once again, shows the same attempt of a technique but wasn't as effective as the first attack. Lovely drop Sianagi. Karapetyan trying to create an opportunity for himself in the Niwaza as he digs away. If anything, he's just going to punish Basile there in the Niwaza. And as you can see, Basile looking up as if to say, that's my face, don't touch it. The looks are important. A very pretty boy as well as a very confident one. The last thing he wants is a face that looks pulped up. Karapetyan looking the more aggressive of the two. Whizzing in with the Uchimata. Oh, a bit of a build-up for that swing through for the Uchimata. And Karapetian picking up the first Shido. Karapetian throwing that right hand over deep onto the back. Ouchigari, oh, nice attack. Now what he works well with is the Ouchigari he shows, but it's the Taetoshi that is the real danger. Now Karapetian has been on the receiving end of the Ouchigari. He's a little bit nervous of that Ouchigari. What he has to be really nervous of is the Taetoshi that follows it. He will show the Ouchigari. He's done it so many times, and that's what's been his biggest scorer. That he shows that Ouchi. He does it a few times. He puts a little bit of fear in his athletes, and then steps right across with that Taetoshi. There's the combination. This time it was the Taetoshi, and he swung back for the Ouchigari. Well, the one thing with the Italians, they've got great condition and they can fight for many minutes without running out of steam. He still seems to be very lively, light on his feet, reacts very well, very cat-like a reaction, responds so well, and he's now also turned into a referee.
He's drawn the penalty for Karapetian as well by just pointing that out, but I think the referee'd seen it anyway.
Yes, it was quite an obvious move, but you feel for Karapetian because he was getting ragged around like a wee doll on the Niwaza, and I think it was a reaction just to stop him from dragging him across the mat and using him like a cloth to clean it. Well, going into golden score now, Basili with no Shidos, but his opponent has two. Now, Basili is a very clever fighter, and he will play that to his advantage. He's there, he doesn't have a clue where he is on the mat, though, half the time. That's another Shido that we see Basili picking up for just walking the edge of the mat and walking out of the contest area. Oh, and the Kouchigari. Beautifully executed, very, very close indeed. One of the strongest attacks from Karapetian in this contest. And that will have unnerved Basilia slightly. Maybe not as confident out there right now as he has been. Challenged a little bit here in this semi-final.
Looks a little bit careful as well, does Basile.
He's a little bit more cautious out here. Oh, Chigari! Oh, the Armenian coach being told off there. Karapetian throwing again, that right hand high onto the collar, trying to control Basili. Basili, as you can see, with that left hand defending, he's going to pick up a Shido for that. Very silly mistake to be making. Now, Basili really has to start being very careful. He can't. Well, he's trying to be a referee now. Now, this is again what we were talking about, is the body languages of the athletes. He's under pressure, so instead of just getting on with the job and focusing on what he needs to do, he's now starting to be a referee and telling the referee how to do his job. It doesn't go down very well, and frustrations is a really difficult situation. It's given his opponent the percentages to feel confident about what he's doing. Now, Karapetian, if he doesn't get the third and final Shido, which would be a hand sokumaki, he will know that he's frustrated the life out of the Italian, and the Italian's under extreme pressure.
They let them continue.
And they're going to let that continue. And for Basili, if he does not focus here, he could end up losing this match. Uchimata, and there you have it! Whoa! Well, that is amazing finish. And there you have it. Basili turned into a referee. He forgot what he was out there on that mat to do, and that was to fight. And he just switched off, and instead of fighting, he felt sorry for himself. And a wonderful Uchimata and a beautiful finish there. Karapetian goes through into the final, and a well-deserved win.
Well, that was quite special. We're going to go down to mat number 1. It's the last judo that we've got. And we're going to join the repechage contest between Stefania Dobra of Romania. She's up against Martina Traidos of Germany. It's Dobra in the white judogi, Traidos in blue. There's no scorers yet. And it's Traidos who appears to be all over Dobra at the moment. Single Shido picked up by the German for the time being anyway.
Dobra, first exchange here, as we saw in the previous matches, has had a good performance throughout the day.
Oh, Traidos, yes, thumping Ippon.
Yeah, beautiful finish there.
Yeah, nice big Ojigari. Banged her own face, did Martina Traidos there. Threw her so hard.
Winner in blue, representing Germany, Martina Traidos. She qualifies for the bronze medal contest for women under 63 kg.
Right, we've got 2 semi-finals to bring you now, both in the under 63 kilo category. Maël de Cintio of France faces Jules Fransen of the Netherlands. It's de Cintio in the white judogi, Fransen in blue.
For the Netherlands, Jules Fransen.
Francis in the blue there, as you can see, slightly taller than her opponent, looking very strong with the Uchimata approach there. Di Cintio with the drop Cianagi. There's a real battle going on to control this contest. Francine there with the left hand on the lapel, trying to get control of her opponent's left sleeve to follow through with the attack. Di Cintio there with the Uchimata. A nice entry. Fransen, as you can see, controlling that lapel, hooks in with the ouchigari. Steps across for the Osoto, showing a few of her skills, but not her finishes at this particular moment. Dicintio with a drop Sienagi, braced well, anticipated and reacted from Fransen, who follows it through into the Niwaza. Needs to tie up the upper part of the body a little bit better before starting to take the leg out. So a minute and a half remaining in this semi-final match. Dicintio takes the lapel, tries to stay lively on her feet. And the Netherlands takes the first Judo. Now that's all that divides these two athletes. Dicintio there with the right hand on the lapel. The controlling grip comes in with the drop Sienagi. Fransen following him through into the Niwaza, tries to draw that arm out. The Sangaku legs, but as you can see, quite loose. Not putting much pressure on the French girl at all. But it's the arm that she's looking for at this moment, trying to draw that out while putting a little bit of pressure on Dicintio. Well, the referee feels that there was enough time given in the Niwaza, with very little action coming out of it. Uchimata attempt there. Drop Sienagi just bounced off the hip. Fransen using her feet to try and draw her opponent down into the Niwaza. Well, it's been a real battle between these two athletes. Neither one of them close to scoring as yet. Only one Judo divides the pair of them.
Winner in blue for the Netherlands,
Yeah, that's the difficulty with the
We don't see the
scoreboard
score.
again.
Didn't see the actual score.
Right, Fransen it is, who goes through to the final.
63 kilo.
We'll have to find out if that's going to be changed later. We've got one more to come. The last of the semi-finals in the under 63 kilo category. Nouchi Ahimi of Japan faces Agata Ozdobobwach of Poland. Nouchi in the white judogi, Ozdobobwach in blue.
Yeah. Nouchi, beautiful attack there. Great opening there with the Kosota. Sanoichi leading with the Wazari. Well, I hope it was Wazari. See the scoreboard at this moment.
I'll tell you, I'll stand up and have a look. Yeah, Luigi's on the board with Wazari.
Well, 3 minutes to go again. The feet are working well for Nouchi. once more stumbling her opponent down into the ground. Well, she looks to be just playing with Zobra, controlling quite nicely with the grips, and the feet just working very nicely, stumbling her opponent. Two and a half minutes remaining in this contest. For Nouchi, it looks a bit of a randori match here for her. Again, using the Kosota. The Ashiwaza's working very nicely for the Japanese. Zadoba trying to throw that arm over there, as you can see. Right hand to come round the back, but leaves that foot trailing. And Nouchi capitalizing every time in catching the leg and stumbling or throwing her opponent. Very, very close, and a couple of times of catching a score just of that Kosota. Very good footwork. Uchimata attempt there, controlling the upper body nicely now. Trying to lift her opponent off there in the edge of the contest area. Now Poland take the second Judo. Azuba trying desperately to stay engaged in this contest. No, she just seems to be playing with her out there. Nouchi with that left hand on the lapel, controlling quite nicely, decides to change the grip. Well, Zadoba trying more of an aggressive approach now in the last minute of this contest. And that approach stumbled Nouchi to the ground. So for Nouchi, it's just about controlling in the last half a minute in this contest. Working off that lapel, using her feet quite nicely, and there you have it again, stumbling her opponent down into Niwaza. And for her, it's just about using the clock in the ground to secure the win and a place in the final of the 63s. Well, 3 seconds to go. Nouchi takes the win. And she'll be in the final of the under-63s against the French girl, Di Cinto.
The winner, and in the final, in white, representing Japan, Nouchi Ivy.
Mistake there, Francis, in the final of the under-63s, where she will be up against Nouchi of Japan.
Right, well, that was the last of the judo that we had for you in the first part of the day. Just before we get back underway, we'll just go through with the lineup for the finals, and we'll just talk through some of the contest, and then Loretta can tell us whether or not, who it is that she feels is likely to come up with the medals. The 7 weight categories that we've got, the under 60 kilo category, Beslan Madranov, the Olympic champion, was in action today. He lost out in the quarterfinal to Oshima Yuma of Japan, and then he had to make his way back through the repechage. He's ended up in the semi-final. He's in the first of the quarterfinals. Beslan Madranov is up against Walid Kaya of France. So it's Madranov of Russia or Kaya of France.
I'm going to go with Madranov.
Okay. And then the second of the bronze medal contests features the local boy Sakhavat Gadzhiev of Russia. He's up against Oshima Yuma of Japan.
Well, Oshima is the one that I think's been quite impressive, and I think he'll get that bronze.
Yeah, he's favourite for that bronze medal. Right, slightly surprisingly, I suppose, although he was the number 4 seed, Islam Yashuev of Russia has made his way through, and the only reason for that is that Papinashvili was up there, Madranov was up there, and Oshima was up there. However, out of that group, Islam Yashuev has made his way to the final. He's up against the former world champion Yeldos Smetov of Kazakhstan. Yashuev and Smetov.
I'm going to go with Yashuev.
Okay.
From Russia. Home ground. Yeah, definitely.
My pick this morning, by the way, was Smetov. So lucky one of my picks has made it through there. Right, in the under 66 kilo category, Issa Isaev of Russia faces his teammate Abdullah Abdul Jalilov of Russia in the first of the bronze medal contests.
Isaev, for me, is going to be the one I feel that will get
going
that.
for the Russian, yeah?
Yes, definitely, homeboy.
Right, Adrian Gombots of Slovenia faces Dmitry Minkov of Belarus in the second bronze medal contest.
Minkov, I was quite impressed with this young man.
Right, okay, and the final is the number 1 seed, Abe Hihumi of Japan. He faces Yakub Shamilov of Russia.
I'm going for Abe.
We went for Abe this morning.
Right,
nothing has changed there. Should be Abe. That was the other pick from this morning. Right, let's take a look at the under 73 kilo category. The number 1 seed, Jansei Smagulov of Kazakhstan, is up against Fabio Basile of Italy in the first of the bronze medal contests. Can you go against the Italian?
No, I'm not going to go against the Italian. I just love this guy. I think
he should bounce back.
I hope he'll bounce back. I was a bit disappointed in his semi-final, I must admit, because I felt that instead of an athlete, he turned into a referee. But hopefully he will redeem himself by taking that bronze medal.
Okay, and the second of the bronze medal contests features Uali Kurshev of Russia. He's up against Viktor Svortov of the United Arab Emirates.
Kurshev, I'm going to go with.
Okay, and the final is Sendoche Sogbata of Mongolia. He's up against Ferdinand Karapetyan of Armenia.
Karapetyan, definitely for me. He's on fire, that young man. So hopefully he'll get the gold medal today.
Right, in the under 48 kilo category, the current Olympic champion, Paula Pareto of Argentina, will face Endo Hiromi. We go straight to the final.
Pareto, I think Pareto, she's not looked fantastic, but she's consistent and she battles her way, and she has battled all the way through, and I think she'll take that gold medal.
My pick this morning was Endo, by the way, so I've got at least got a few chances in the final. I think, that's 3 from 4. The bronze medal, the first of the bronze medal contests there. Ganbata Narantsetseg is up against Monica Ungaranu of Romania, the Mongolian and Romanian.
That's going to be a really tough match, I think, but I'm going to go for the Mongolian Ganbata.
And if you didn't there's a second Mongolian in the second bronze medal contest. Erdensetseg Garemla of Mongolia faces Katerina Mentz, but I know who you're going to go for there.
Mentz, because she was one of the ones there. I picked her up this morning. I thought someone to watch out for, and I'm delighted to see that she's battling away there for a medal.
Right, Tatsukawa Rika of Japan faces Larissa Florian of Romania in the first of the bronze medal contests in the under 52 kilo category.
Tatsukawa, definitely.
The second is Daria Skrbnik of Belarus. She faces Jessica Pereira of Brazil.
I think this is going to be a tough one, but I'm actually going to go for Pereira. I was quite impressed with her in the opening 2 matches, and I think that she was battling against in the semi-final against her home mate. So Pereira is, for me, the one for a bronze medal.
And the final is Erika Miranda, the number 1 seed, faces Natalia Kuziyutina, the number 2 seed. 1 versus 2.
Again, I'd like to sit on the fence here, but I'm going to go for the Brazilian, the number 1 seed, just a bit. But it's going to be a tough one, definitely. And I know you're going to go for the Russian because it's home ground.
I picked it this morning
it
anyway.
Right at the beginning.
Yeah. And you did pick Miranda, so
I did
no
pick
change
Miranda,
there.
Yeah.
Right, the under 57 kilo category. So let's do with the bronze medal contest first. Dortsurin Sumia of Mongolia faces Karakash Hedvig of Hungary.
Dortsurin.
Yeah. Okay. Loredana Ohai of Romania to face Tamaoki Momo of Japan. Tamaoki. And in the final, it's Telma Monteiro of Portugal. She faces Lien Chen-Ling of Chinese Taipei.
Do you know what? Based on a real gutsy performance, Monteiro, I feel that has that maturity in her judo today. She's not looked the greatest out there, but I think that experience might be enough to take her through for a gold medal. So I'm going to go for Monteiro.
Okay, and the under 63 kilo category, the bronze medal contest, Edwidja Gwend of Italy faces Agata Osterba-Błach of Poland in the first of the bronze medal contests.
Well, I'm going to stick to my favourite, and that's Gwend.
In the second of the bronze medal contest, Martina Taidos of Germany to face Maëlle de Cintio of France.
Taidos, she's been very impressive today.
And then the final of the under 63 kilo category, Jules Fransen of the Netherlands faces Noichi Aimi of Japan.
Noichi. Definitely.
Right, we will be back in 20 minutes. So, not long for you to wait to find out if everything... No, 5 o'clock. Right, we'll be back at 5 o'clock. We look forward to your company then. But from Loretta Cusack Doyle and myself, bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.